You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is the grocery store I work at has an aisle that appears only during storms. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first weird thing was the freezer doors sweating from the inside. Not fogging, exactly. Fogging happens when the air gets damp, and the compressors are tired, and the automatic doors keep sighing open, because everyone in town suddenly needs ice cream at the same time. This was different. Thin beads of water had gathered on the inner glass of the frozen vegetables case, running in crooked little tracks between bags of peas and corn, like somebody had been standing inside the freezer aisle, breathing against the door. I was on my knees with a roll of paper towels, wiping up a leak that wasn't big enough to panic over, but too steady to ignore, when the lights over aisle 7 flickered twice. Not the whole store, just aisle 7. The fluorescent tubes buzzed, snapped bright, then settled into that greenish grocery store glow that makes everyone look either tired or recently divorced. Above me, thunder rolled hard enough to rattle the metal shelf brackets. A second later, rain slapped the roof in a sudden rush, loud and flat, like someone had dumped gravel across the building. I looked at the freezer door again. From somewhere behind the glass, something tapped once. I froze with the paper towels in my hand. Then a bag of frozen broccoli shifted forward and bumped the door from the inside. That was all, just broccoli. I laughed, but it came out too small to count. My name is Mara Ellison. I'm 29, female, and I've worked at Powell's Market in Ashford, Connecticut, for 6 years. Long enough to know which freezer case screams when it cycles, which end cap wobbles if a kid leans on it, and which regulars will pretend not to see you if they've decided to steal batteries. Powell's sits off Route 44, tucked between a closed-down pharmacy and a nail salon with a neon sign that flickers even on sunny days. We aren't big like a Stop and Shop, but we're bigger than a corner store. Big enough for 12 aisles, a bakery counter, a deli that smells like vinegar and hot ham by noon, and a loading dock out back where the asphalt never dries right. I'm the assistant night manager, which sounds more official than it is. Mostly, it means I carry keys, answer complaints, count drawers, tell teenagers not to ride the pallet jack, and pretend I know what to do when the roof leaks above the cereal. That night, the storm had come in mean and fast. It was late September, the kind of Connecticut, whether that starts the afternoon warm and ends with everyone digging hoodies out of their cars. The forecast had said scattered thunderstorms. By 7:30, rain was hammering the front windows so hard the glass looked like it was boiling. The parking lot lights were blurred into white smears. Carts rolled by themselves in the wind and clanged against the curb with a hollow, lonely sound. I stood up, my knees cracking, and wiped my palms on my black work pants. Freezer's crying again, called Denise from the end of the aisle. Denise Alvarez was 46, female, our front-end supervisor, and the closest thing Powell's had to a human emergency brake. She had a smoker's rasp without the cigarettes, a messy bun held together by 2 pens, and the gift of making angry customers feel embarrassed without ever raising her voice. She'd been there longer than me and had a way of appearing exactly when a mistake was about to become expensive. "Not crying," I said, perspiring. "Same thing with different health insurance." She walked down the aisle with a yellow wet floor sign tucked under one arm. Her sneakers squeaked in the little puddle spreading beneath the frozen spinach. She glanced at the door, at the condensation inside, and her face did something small. Not fear. Recognition, maybe. Then she blinked it away. "Compressors probably short-cycling," she said. "That sounds made up." It is. But customers like words with parts. Another thump came from above us this time, from the roof. Something rolled. A branch maybe, dragged by the wind. The whole ceiling gave a faint metallic shiver. Denise looked up. "You hear from Walt?" I asked. "Called him 20 minutes ago." Straight to voicemail. Walt Kim was 61, male, the store owner, though owner made him sound rich in a way he absolutely was not. He drove a dented blue Tacoma, wore the same fleece vest from October through April, and treated expired yogurt like a personal betrayal. He lived 8 minutes away in Canton, but when storms hit, those 8 minutes could stretch, especially if Route 44 started flooding near the low bend by the car wash. "He's probably arguing with a sump pump," Denise said. My radio crackled on my hip. "Mara," a young voice, trying hard not to sound young. Register 2 just rebooted by itself. That was Eli Barnes, 19, male, our newest cashier and part-time stock clerk. He was from Torrington, studying computer networking at community college, and still wore his Powell's badge clipped too high on his shirt, like he'd seen it in a training video. He had a nervous habit of saying, "No worries," when there were clearly worries. I liked him. He wanted instructions, and I understood that. Some people feel trapped by rules. I had always liked them. Rules tell you where the walls are. Pressed the radio button. Did it come back up? Yeah, but the card reader's doing that spinny thing. Cash only till it reconnects. No worries, a pause. Then he added, "Also, Mrs. Novick says the automatic doors keep opening by themselves." Denise closed her eyes. I said, "Tell Mrs. Novick the wind's pushing against the sensor. She says there's no one near it. Then tell her ghosts hate produce, and she should finish shopping." Denise gave me a look. "Don't tell her that," I added into the radio. Worries. The lights flickered again. This time the hum dipped low enough that the freezer fans hiccuped, stopped, and restarted one by one along the aisle. For about 2 seconds without the fans, the store sounded enormous. Rain on the roof, rain in the gutters, a cart hitting something outside, the soft electronic chirp of the register scanners from the front. Then the fans came back and filled the space with cold mechanical breath. I hate power outages. That is not dramatic. Plenty of people hate them. Mine came from a winter storm when I was 13, back when my mother and I lived in a second-floor apartment in Bristol. Ice took the lines down, and the heat died. And for 2 days, we slept in coats, while my mother kept saying the landlord was handling it. On the 3rd night, she sent me downstairs with a flashlight to check the fuse box, because she didn't want to leave the battery radio. I remember the stairwell being so dark my hand disappeared when I stretched it out. I remember getting halfway down and hearing someone breathing below me, slow and wet, like they were trying not to be heard. It turned out to be Mr. Dugan from the first floor, drunk, sitting on the steps with a bloody nose because he'd fallen. Nothing happened. He apologized. My mother called an ambulance from a neighbor's landline, but some part of me never accepted the harmless explanation. Darkness became a room where anything could be waiting, and every time the lights dipped at Powell's, my body returned to that stairwell before my brain could stop it. Denise knew, in the way coworkers know things you never fully tell them. She didn't tease me about outages. She just handed me the wet floor sign. "Put that down before somebody sues Walt into dust," she said. I set the sign in front of the freezer leak. "Should we move the frozen stuff to the back?" "Not unless the temp alarm goes off." As if the store wanted to be annoying on cue, a thin beep started from the employee corridor. Not loud, not urgent, just a small electronic chirp, steady and accusing. Denise and I looked at each other. "That the dairy cooler?" I asked. "Could be receiving, could be the freezer case, could be the building politely asking to be put out of its misery." We headed toward the back. Passing aisle 6, I caught the familiar smell of wet cardboard before I saw the problem. A dark patch had spread across the ceiling tile above the pasta, swelling at the edges. A drop fell and landed on a box of rotini with a soft tick. "Great," Denise muttered. Near the front, Mrs. Novick was standing with both hands on her cart handle, staring at the automatic doors. She was 70-something, female, one of our regulars, always in lipstick, always buying the same rye bread and lemon yogurt. The doors slid open, paused as rain blew in across the mat, then slid shut. Nobody had entered. Eli stood behind register 2 with a stack of receipt paper in one hand, looking like he might apologize to the building. At register 1, a man in a damp Hartford Yard goat's cap leaned over the belt. "Your doors are possessed," he said. "They're motion sensitive," Denise called without slowing down. "So are customers, allegedly." The man laughed because Denise had that effect on people. Eli didn't. He watched the doors open again, and I saw him swallow. We pushed through the swinging door into the back corridor. The temperature changed immediately. The sales floor was cool and stale. The back smelled like mop water, old onions, and the sour mineral stink of rain finding places it wasn't supposed to be. The alarm was coming from the small gray panel outside receiving. Beside it stood June Patel, 24, female, our closing stalker, with her hood still up, even though she'd been inside for an hour. June was from New Haven, studying nights for her EMT certification, and she had the calmest hands I'd ever seen. She could slice open a pallet wrap with a box cutter while talking about lung sounds, never nicking a single package. She was short, compact, and practical in a way that made me feel theatrical whenever I panicked. She pointed at the panel. It started after that last thunderclap. "What does it say?" I asked. "Receiving cooler door ajar." Denise frowned. Doors closed. Receiving had 2 cooler doors, one walk-in for dairy overflow, and one smaller one for meat deliveries. Both had heavy handles, thick rubber seals, and warning stickers about not letting children climb inside, which always seemed like a sign someone somewhere had let a child climb inside. I checked the dairy door first. Closed. The little thermometer read 38 degrees. June checked the meat cooler. Closed. The panel beeped again. Denise pressed the silence button. The beeping stopped for half a second, then resumed. Maybe the sensor's wet, June said. Everything's wet, Denise replied. Another crack of thunder hit, closer this time. The lights went out, not flickered. Out. The back corridor vanished. Somewhere up front, a customer said, "Whoa," and one of the registers made a dying electronic trill. The emergency lights came on a moment later, red, orange, and weak, mounted above the exit signs. They painted the hallway in slices, leaving the corners thick and brown. The alarm panel kept beeping. Rain drummed the roof so hard it sounded like applause from a huge, bored crowd. I had my hand on the cooler handle, and I realized I was gripping it too tight. June's phone flashlight snapped on, then Denise S., then mine a beat later because my thumb had gone clumsy. "You good?" June asked. "Yeah," I said too fast. "Fine." Denise looked at me, but only for a second. "Generator should kick." Waited. 5 seconds, 10. The store held its breath around us. Then a heavy machine cough came from outside, behind the loading dock. The backup generator rumbled to life, rough at first, then steady. A few strips of lights returned overhead, not all of them. The corridor brightened to a dim industrial gray. Eli's voice burst from my radio in a wash of static. "Mara, Denise." The doors opened again, and the power's only half back, and there's water coming in by the mats. Denise grabbed her radio. "Towels down. Don't let anyone stand near the doors." "No worries," Eli said, but this time his voice cracked right down the middle. June was still looking at the alarm panel. The little red light next to receiving cooler door ajar blinked steadily. I opened the meat cooler. Cold air rolled out and wrapped around my ankles. The smell hit next: raw beef, bleach, plastic wrap. Normal. Unpleasant, but normal. Shelves of boxed chicken, sealed ground beef, a tub of thawing sausage, links for the deli. Nothing out of place, except a small triangle of cardboard lying just inside the threshold. June shone her flashlight on it. It was part of a shipping label, torn ragged. Black print, a barcode. No company name, just a few numbers and a smear where water had blurred the ink. "Probably blew in when they unloaded earlier," she said. "Door wasn't open earlier," Denise said. June glanced at her. Denise's expression was flat now. Not scared, careful. "What?" I asked. "Nothing." "That's your something face." "It's my the store is old and I'm too tired face." The radio crackled again. Not Eli this time, Walt. "Denise." "Mara, you there?" Denise lifted hers. "We're here." Walt's voice came through, shredded by rain and bad signal. "Don't open receiving unless you have to." Denise and I both looked toward the loading dock door at the end of the hallway. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm on the road," Walt said. "Tree down near the church." "I'm turning around through Simsbury." "Listen, if the power dips again, keep everyone up front and away from the back." A burst of static swallowed the next few words. "Walt, repeat that," Denise said. His voice returned in pieces. "Water gets under the dock door, old drain backs up, don't let anyone." The signal cut. The radio hissed. June lowered her flashlight. That sounded specific. Denise didn't answer. From the sales floor came a sharp clatter, followed by Eli yelling, "Sorry, I've got it." We moved fast. At the front, the storm had found its way inside. Rainwater pushed under the automatic doors in thin, rippling sheets, spreading across the black entrance mats. Eli had knocked over a display of pumpkin spice wafer cookies while dragging a stack of towels from the service desk. Mrs. Novick stood too close to the water, clutching her purse with both hands. The man in the yard goat's cap was filming the doors with his phone. "Sir, put that away and help move the carts back," Denise snapped. To his credit, he did. I crouched by the mat and pressed a towel against the seam beneath the door. The water was cold enough to sting my fingers. Outside, the parking lot had turned into a shining black pond, reflecting the store sign in broken red letters. A loose cart rolled slowly past the entrance, bumped the curb, and stopped. Then the automatic doors opened. Wind shoved rain into my face. No one stood outside. No one stood near the sensor. Eli whispered, "See." I looked up at the small black motion sensor above the frame. A bead of water ran down its casing, trembled, and dropped. "Water shorting it," I said. That was reasonable. That was likely. The doors slid shut. Behind me, from deep in the store, came a sound I had never heard at Powell's in 6 years. A rolling metal clank. Like someone had shoved a full stocking cart into a shelf. Everyone turned. It had come from the grocery aisles, past produce, past the hanging signs for baking, cereal, paper goods. The lights back there were uneven, some fully on, some dim, some strobing faintly. Aisle 7 buzzed louder than the others. June said, "Was someone still shopping back there?" Eli looked at the checkout area. "I thought everyone was up here." Denise counted quickly with her eyes. Mrs. Novick, yard goat's cap, a mother with a toddler near the bakery. 2 college kids by self-checkout. Eli, June, me. No one else. Another clank. Then the faint, scratchy drag of cardboard across tile. Denise reached for the radio at her belt. "All right, June, stay with Eli and keep people by the front. Mara with me." I didn't move right away. The emergency lights made the floor shine in broken strips. Water tapped from coats. The air smelled like wet wool, freezer burn, and the cinnamon broom display by the entrance. My heartbeat had found that old stairwell rhythm, thudding too high in my throat. Denise noticed. Softer, she said, "You don't have to." That was the problem with private fears. Once someone saw them, they became a thing you either obeyed or fought in public. "I'm fine," I said. June stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Could be a customer slipped. Could be a shelf gave out." "Exactly," I said, because that was the right kind of explanation. Ordinary, fixable, full of paperwork. From aisle 7, the buzzing lights snapped once, bright enough to throw long shadows across the floor. For half a second, I saw the end cap clearly. Canned tomatoes stacked in a neat red wall. A sale sign curled from humidity. One dented can slowly rolling out from the aisle mouth and wobbling to a stop near the produce cooler. No footsteps followed it. Denise looked at me, then toward the aisle. "We check," she said. "We don't go wandering. We check the end, call out, and if something's wrong, we back up and call Walt or 911. was the choice. Stay up front with the leaking doors, the nervous customers, the reasonable problems, or walk toward aisle 7, where something in the storm-dark back half of the store had moved without anyone admitting they'd touched it. I picked up the flashlight June held out to me. "End of the aisle," I said. "That's it," Denise nodded. Together, we stepped away from the entrance, leaving wet footprints behind us on the tile. The generator groaned outside. The rain kept hitting the roof, steady and hard. Ahead of us, aisle 7 hummed like a refrigerator trying to remember a tune. Aisle 7 looked shorter from the front than it should have. That was my first thought, and I hated it because it sounded ridiculous even inside my own head. Grocery aisles do not change length. They are metal shelves bolted to tile, filled with cans and bags and boxes that arrive on trucks with invoices and crushed corners. Standing there with Denise beside me, both of us aiming our flashlights down the row, I could see the canned tomatoes on the left, pasta sauce on the right, and the hanging sign overhead that read aisle 7, international/canned goods/soup. And still, the far end seemed tucked into shadow too soon, like the back wall had leaned forward. Then the lights flickered, and the aisle was normal again. Long, cluttered, damp at the edges where the ceiling leak had started traveling. "Say something," Denise called. Her voice moved down the aisle and came back thin. No answer, I swallowed. "If you're back here, please come toward the front. We've got a power issue." The only sound was the storm pressing hard against the building. Rain rattled the roof drains. Somewhere behind us, Eli was talking to customers in that too cheerful customer service voice people use when they are one inconvenience away from crying. Denise stepped past the dented can on the floor. I grabbed her sleeve. She looked down at my hand, then at me. "End of the aisle," I reminded her. "I know, no wandering. I heard you the first time, Mara." That little edge in her voice stung more than it should have. We had worked together too long for politeness, but storms made everyone raw. I let go. We moved forward, slow enough that our shoes made sticky little sounds on the tile. My flashlight beam slid across soup labels, jars of olives, a smear of red sauce leaking from a cracked marinara bottle near the bottom shelf. That was probably the clank. A jar had fallen, hit a can, knocked something loose. The explanation settled over me like a jacket that almost fit. Then Denise stopped. "What?" I whispered. She pointed at the floor. At first, I only saw water. A thin trail ran between the shelves, reflecting the overhead fluorescence in broken white dashes. Then I noticed the color was wrong. Not red like blood, not dramatic, more brown-gray with flecks of paper pulp in it. "Back drain," Denise said. "The loading dock. Maybe. Would it come this far?" "It shouldn't," her phone buzzed. She glanced at it, frowned, and put it to her ear. "Walt." I could hear only static and a faint, broken voice. Denise turned slightly away from me, one hand pressed to her other ear. "No, we're in 7. We heard something fall. The front's taking water, the generator's running, but only half the lights are back." A pause. Her face changed. "What do you mean, check the storm gate?" "The storm gate." That phrase did something to the air between us. It wasn't supernatural. It was worse in a way. It was a real phrase, one I'd heard before, but never had to care about. There was an old metal flood gate behind the loading dock, a waist-high rolling barrier Walt had installed years earlier after a nor'easter sent water into receiving and ruined $10,000 worth of dairy. It had to be lowered manually from inside the dock area before the drain backed up. Most of the time, it stayed chained upright, rusted and forgotten, beside the bait. Denise said, "Walt, why wasn't it down already?" Static, her jaw tightened. "You told me the new drain pump fixed that." More static. She closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them. How much time? I knew that look. The customer has screamed. The cooler has failed. The cash drawer is short. The schedule has collapsed. Denise was doing math in her head and hating every number. She ended the call. "What?" I asked. "The ditch behind the store overflowed." "Okay." The dock drain backs up before the gate is down, receiving floods. If receiving floods, water reaches the breaker room. I waited for her to say something that made it less bad. She didn't. "The breaker room is in back," I said. "You know where it is?" I did. Past receiving, through the gray door with the peeling authorized personnel only sticker, beside the cleaning closet where we kept bleach, mop heads, and the mouse traps nobody liked checking. "How much time?" I asked. "Walt says maybe 20 minutes. Less if the rain keeps like this." The rain answered by coming down harder, a deep, hard roar that seemed to flatten the roof. I looked past Denise toward the back of aisle 7. The lights back there dimmed, returned, dimmed again. "So we lower the storm gate," I said. Denise gave me a sharp look. "No," Walt said, "wait for him. He's stuck near Simsbury." He said wait. He also said 20 minutes. Denise rubbed both hands over her face, dragging her cheeks down. For the first time that night, she looked her age, and not because 46 is old, but because responsibility adds years in sudden handfuls. "If the breakers go," I said, "we lose the front doors, coolers, registers, everything. And if someone gets hurt on the dock, Walt's insurance will chew us alive. If the water hits the breaker room, we could have a fire. Or we could have a flooded floor and an angry owner." "Denise," she looked at me. A drip fell from the ceiling and hit the tile between us. That was the time-sensitive problem, neat and ugly. Lower the floodgate before water reached the breaker room, or risk losing power, refrigeration, and a safe exit while customers were still inside during a storm bad enough to trap the owner on the road. And because the universe enjoys being thorough, the only way to do it was through the back of the store, past the flickering lights and wet floor, and that sound neither of us had explained yet. Denise raised her radio. "June, bring the spill kit and the big flashlight to aisle 7. Eli, keep everyone at the front and away from the doors." Eli answered immediately. "A slight problem." Denise's mouth tightened. "What problem?" "The mom by the bakery says her kid isn't with her." My hand went cold around my flashlight. Denise pressed the radio button harder. "Say that again." "There's a little boy, blue hoodie. She said he was standing by the cookie display, and now she can't see him." For 1 second, nobody moved. Even the store sounds seemed to separate themselves. Rain, freezer hum, alarm beep from the back panel, the whisper of water crawling under shelves. Then Denise said, "Lock the front. Nobody leaves. The automatic doors won't stay locked," Eli said. "They keep cycling. Hit the breaker for the sensor. I don't know which one that is. Then stand there and physically stop people from leaving." "Okay." No worries. I mean, okay. Denise turned to me. Stammer's kid first. Gate second. Both, I said. She stared. We split. No, we don't have time to search the whole store together. Mara, no. There it was again. The tone that said she was in charge because someone had to be, because she had been there longer, because if Walt came in and saw chaos, he would ask her what happened before he asked me. I understood that. I also knew Water did not care who had seniority. We need someone on the dock, I said. Someone has to lower the gate. June can help me search. June's EMT training makes her better up front if someone slips or panics. Denise stepped closer. And you're better alone in the dark back room with a flashlight and a storm knocking the power out. That hit where she aimed it. I looked away first. From the front of the store, a woman called, "Connor, Connor, honey." Her voice had a shape to it that changed the whole building. Not angry yet, not hysterical. Still pretending this was a normal lost child situation where he would pop out from behind a cereal display with a sticky face. That pretending would not last long. June arrived at the aisle mouth with the big rechargeable flashlight and a red spill kit bucket. She had pulled her hood down, and damp hair stuck to her forehead. "What's happening?" she asked. "Missing kid," I said. "Floodgate needs to go down before receiving floods." June's eyes moved between us. "How old?" "Eli said little," Denise replied. "Blue hoodie? Then he could be hiding low." "End caps under displays, bathrooms." "Exactly, you search with me." June looked at the water trail on the floor. "And the gate?" Denise didn't answer. I took the big flashlight from June. It was heavy, rubber-handled, the kind we used when unloading trucks in winter. "Mara," Denise said, "I know where it is. You know where the dock is. You don't know if the chain's rusted, if the water's already live, if the bay door shifted. I know. You don't, actually. That's the problem. You get scared, and then you get stubborn because you think scared means weak." June went very still. The words landed harder than the thunder. I wanted to snap back. I wanted to say she was wrong. But the worst arguments are the ones where the other person has been paying attention. "I'm not trying to prove anything," I said, quieter. Denise's face softened for half a second, then hardened again, because we didn't have time for feelings. "Then, don't act like you are." A small sound came from the far end of aisle 7. Not a clank this time. A cough. Child-sized. We all heard it. The mother at the front called again, sharper now. "Connor," Denise lifted her flashlight. "Connor, it's Denise from the store. You're not in trouble, sweetheart. Say something." No answer. June took one step into the aisle, then crouched and angled her light under the lower shelves. "I've got wet footprints." I lowered my beam. There they were, small partial prints in the thin, muddy water. Sneakers, maybe. They crossed from the pasta sauce side toward the back of the aisle, then vanished where the floor grew darker. "Why would he go back there?" Denise whispered. Another cough. This one farther away. Too far away, I thought. Farther than the end of aisle 7 should have allowed. Denise moved. I followed, even though every instinct in me wanted to grab the shelf and stay where the light from the front still reached. We passed the cracked marinara jar. The smell of tomato and garlic mixed with rainwater and the metallic tang from the freezer cases. The floor sloped slightly toward the back, or maybe it only felt that way because the water was moving with us. "Connor," June called, calm, clear. My name's June. I'm going to help you find your mom, okay? From the front, Eli's voice rose. Ma'am, please stay here. They're looking for him. The mother shouted, Connor. The emergency lights blinked once. When they came back, the far end of aisle 7 looked wrong again. This time I knew why. There was an opening past the last shelf. Not a doorway exactly. More like a gap where there had never been a gap. A narrow service passage between the end of aisle 7 and the back wall. I knew the layout of Powell's, the way people know their kitchens in the dark. Behind aisle 7 should have been the rear wall, then the employee-only corridor beyond it, separated by stockroom shelving and a locked swing door near dairy. There was no passage there. There was no reason for a child to vanish through a gap behind canned soup. Denise stopped so suddenly, I bumped her shoulder. No, she said, one word, flat. June whispered, is that supposed to be there? I stared at the space. It wasn't magic. It couldn't be. The rational part of my brain scrambled for purchase and found pieces. Emergency access. A temporary gap left by remodeling. A section of shelving rolled out of alignment. A storm-damaged panel. Powell S. was old. Buildings hide stupid things. Contractors make bad decisions. Stockrooms get rearranged. Maybe I had never looked closely from this angle during a power failure with half the lights dead. The gap was maybe 3 feet wide. Beyond it, my flashlight showed concrete instead of tile, and the edge of metal shelving stacked with shrink-wrapped cases. A strip of yellow safety paint ran along the floor. Cold air seeped out, carrying a wet cardboard smell strong enough to taste. The alarm panel in back began beeping faster. Denise swore under her breath. June said, Connor could fit through there. So could an adult, I said before I could stop myself. Denise glanced at me. That was the other thing no one wanted to say. A child doesn't always wander. Sometimes someone guides. Sometimes someone grabs a wrist. Sometimes the storm and the power outage and the cycling doors are not the danger by themselves, but cover for a person who knows exactly when a small store becomes blind. Denise keyed her radio. Eli described the kid's mother. What? Just do it. A woman, early 30s maybe, brown hair, green raincoat. She's crying now. Anyone leave before we locked down? No, I mean, the doors opened a bunch, but I didn't see anyone leave. Did anyone come in? A pause. Maybe. I was dealing with the register. Denise closed her eyes again. The store gave another electrical shudder. Overhead, one of the fluorescent tubes at the far end of aisle 7 popped and went dark. The remaining light buzzed angrily. June pointed through the gap. Listen. At first I heard only rain and the alarm, then faintly from beyond the service passage, a child breathing hard, then a scrape like cardboard being dragged. Connor, June called. A tiny voice answered, I'm stuck. His voice was muffled. Not far, but not visible. The mother screamed from the front when she heard him, or maybe when she heard us react. Connor, where is he? Denise shouted back. We found him. Stay with Eli. June was already moving toward the gap. Denise grabbed her arm. Careful. I'm the smallest, June said, and I know how to keep him calm. I'll go, I said. Both of them looked at me. I hated how eager it sounded, like I was volunteering so nobody could accuse me of freezing. June shook her head. If he's hurt, I should assess him. Then Then I'll go with you, Denise said. Nobody goes alone. Another beep joined the alarm panel, louder and more urgent. This one came from the rear corridor, the electrical room water sensor. I recognized it from training, mostly because Walt had made us watch a 12-minute safety video with acting so bad Eli had once cried laughing. The sensor meant water had reached the threshold. Denise heard it too. Her face went pale beneath the bad lights. "We're out of time," she said. For a moment, we had 3 emergencies stacked on top of each other, each one pulling in a different direction. Missing child, floodgate, breaker room. The problem stopped being what to do. It became what to risk first. Denise made the call. "June, get eyes on Connor, but don't move him if anything's pinning him. Mara, you and I go to the dock and drop the gate." "The passage may lead there," I said. "Or it may lead into a collapsed stock area with a kid trapped inside." June looked through the gap. "I can see shelving. Maybe the old overflow aisle." Denise's mouth tightened. "What old overflow aisle?" I asked. She didn't answer quickly enough. "Denise, years ago, before the remodel, there was a narrow stock run behind 7 and 8. Walt closed it off because the roof leaked and the floor settled. We don't use it. You knew there was space back there. I knew there used to be, and didn't mention it. I didn't think a child was crawling through the wall tonight, Mara." The disagreement flared, stupid and hot, because fear needed somewhere to go. I wanted to blame her for not telling me. She wanted to blame me for questioning her. June just stood there, listening to a child breathe somewhere behind wet shelves. Then the lights cut out again. The generator kept running outside, but the store fell into emergency red. From the front, Eli yelled, "The doors won't close." Wind shoved through the building. A wave of rain smell rolled down aisle 7, cold and dirty. Somewhere behind the gap, Connor cried out, a short pained sound that changed everything. June ducked through before Denise could stop her. "June," Denise shouted. "I can see him." June called back, voice muffled. "He's behind a collapsed rack. He's conscious." I aimed my light through the gap and caught fragments. June's jeans, metal uprights, wet cardboard swollen into soft piles, old price tags curled on the floor. The passage looked like a forgotten artery of the store, too narrow, too cluttered, and slick with water flowing from somewhere deeper inside. "Is he bleeding?" Denise called. "Can't tell. His leg-'s caught." The electrical room alarm changed from beeping to a continuous tone. Denise looked toward the back corridor, then toward the gap, then at me. I knew what she was about to say. "No," I said. "Mara, no. I need you to go through with June and keep pressure off whatever's trapping him." "What about the gate?" "I'll get it. You said nobody goes alone." That was before the water sensor went continuous, and before you decided rules only matter when I break them. Denise stepped close enough that I could see rainwater beating on her eyelashes, though she hadn't been outside. "Listen to me. You are scared of the dark. Fine, be scared. Do it anyway. That kid is worse off than you are." It was cruel. It was also true. Behind the gap, June said, "Mara, I need another set of hands." The flashlight felt heavier than it had a minute ago. The passage beyond aisle 7 seemed to breathe out damp cold. My old stairwell fear rose up with perfect timing, offering me a way to stay put and still feel justified. Denise can go. June can manage. You are not trained. You will make it worse. Then Connor whimpered for his mother. I got on my knees and crawled through the gap. The concrete scraped my palm. The smell inside was worse, thick with mildew, old cardboard, and something metallic from standing water. Behind me, Denise said, I'll lower the gate and come back. Radio every 30 seconds, I said, if it works. Denise, I'll try. Then she was gone, her footsteps splashing back toward receiving. I squeezed deeper into the old stock run. My shoulder brushed a shelf, and a stack of empty tomato boxes shifted with a damp sigh. June was crouched 10 feet ahead, her flashlight wedged between 2 cases of canned beans to light the floor. Connor was half hidden behind a fallen metal rack, small and soaked, his blue hoodie dark with water. His right leg disappeared under a twisted shelf panel and a collapsed stack of shrink-wrapped soup flats. He was alive. He was crying. Hey, I said, my voice thinner than I wanted. Connor, I'm Mara. We're getting you out. He looked at me with a child's absolute belief that adults can fix things, which was almost unbearable. A loud bang came from the loading dock. Denise shouted something we couldn't make out. Then my radio crackled once and went dead. The lights overhead flickered back just enough to show the passage extending beyond Connor, bending left into a deeper, older part of the store I had never seen. From that bend came a scrape. Slow, deliberate. June looked up at me. Connor stopped crying. Another metal bang echoed from the dock, followed by Denise yelling, clear this time. Mara. The gate chains jammed. Water rushed past my knees, colder and faster than before. We were pinned between a trapped child and a floodgate that would not lower, with the breaker room alarm screaming somewhere beyond the walls. The old stock run behind aisle 7 was laid out like a service hallway someone had tried to erase. Aisle 7 sat on the sales floor, bright labels facing customers, canned goods stacked neat and square. Behind it, through that narrow gap near the back wall, was a second, uglier version of the store. Concrete floor instead of tile, rust-stained shelf legs, exposed cinder block, and rows of overstock shoved into places where no customer was supposed to look. It ran parallel to aisle 7 for maybe 30 feet, then bent left toward the loading dock. At least, that was what I pieced together in the flash of June's light, and the weak strips of emergency glow leaking through cracks in the shelving. Connor was caught halfway down that run, wedged near the bend. Behind him, the passage disappeared into a darker corridor that smelled like sump water and old flour. Ahead of us, the gap back to the sales floor looked too small already. A bright rectangle where the normal world was still pretending to exist. Water moved through the stock run from the loading dock side toward aisle 7, pushing around my knees in cold little waves. It carried things with it, paper labels, a white plastic bread clip. One cherry tomato somehow escaped from produce, bobbing and spinning like it had important business. June had both hands on the fallen rack pinning Connor's leg. Don't pull him yet, she said. I need to see where the pressure is. Connor was maybe 6, male, small for his age, with a round face gone blotchy from crying. His blue hoodie was soaked up one side, and his blonde hair stuck to his forehead in wet points. His right shoe was visible, His left leg vanished under a diagonal shelf panel, and 3 cases of soup wrapped in plastic. He kept trying to sit up, and every time he did, the metal rack squealed. "Connor," June said, gentle but firm, "look at me. Don't move your leg. Can you wiggle your toes? I want my mom." "I know. Wiggle your toes for me first." His chin trembled. "It hurts." "That means we go slow." From the loading dock side, Denise shouted again, "Chains jammed. I need bolt cutters." Her voice came from beyond the bend, through walls and rain and shelves. She sounded close enough to touch and impossible to reach. I grabbed my radio, smacked it twice against my palm, and pressed the button. "Eli, do you copy? Static." I tried again. "Eli, we need bolt cutters at the dock." Repeat, "Bolt cutters." Nothing. June glanced up. "Store radios don't work back here. Apparently, the store doesn't believe in OSHA tonight." "Okay. First attempt," she said, as if she were narrating a drill for herself. We lift the rack enough to slide his leg free. I nodded too fast. My hands were already shaking from the cold water and from the narrowness of the passage. The shelf on my right leaned into my shoulder. On my left, cardboard softened in stacks and slumped outward, brushing my arm like wet hands. I kept thinking about the gap behind us. I kept measuring how much water had to rise before crawling back became swimming back. June positioned me at the lower end of the fallen rack. On 3, "Lift straight up, not toward you." Connor whimpered. "You're doing good," I told him. "Really good." He stared past me toward the sail's floor gap. There was a man. June went still. I almost lost my grip before we had even lifted. "What man?" Connor sniffed hard. "By the cans." "Did he touch you?" "No." "Did he tell you to come back here?" "I don't know." June gave me a look later. 1, she said. 2, 3, we lifted. The rack rose half an inch, maybe less. Enough for Connor to gasp, not enough to free him. Something beneath the suitcases shifted, and the whole stack slid toward his knee. "Stop," June said sharply. I froze. Connor screamed, not long. One bright, awful sound that sliced straight through the water and the alarms. June lowered the rack slowly. "Sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. We're stopping. We're stopping." First attempt failed. It had revealed enough to make everything worse. Connor had seen someone near the cans, and the rack wasn't simply resting on him. It was tangled, probably caught on a bent shelf upright or hooked under the pallet debris below. If we yanked, we could crush or twist his leg. My arms trembled from those 2 seconds of lifting. The metal had been heavier than it looked, made worse by water tugging at my knees and cold numbing my fingers. Flexed them, and pain sparked along my scraped palm where the concrete had taken skin. From the front, faint through the shelves, Connor's mother cried, "What's happening?" "Is he okay?" Eli answered her, too far away to hear clearly. I wanted to tell her yes. I wanted to tell her anything. June leaned close to Connor. "I need you to tell me what hurts most. Your knee, your ankle, your foot, my foot. Can you feel me touching your shoe?" "Yeah, good. That's good." Another bang came from the dock. Then Denise shouted something that ended in a curse. "We need those cutters," I said. "There's a tool cage by receiving, right?" June asked. "Yes, past the meat cooler, opposite the breaker room." "Can you get to it from here?" I aimed my flashlight beyond Connor, down the bend. The stock run curved left and seemed to widen slightly, becoming a service corridor that should have led behind the rear wall toward receiving. The floor sloped down there. Water poured from that direction, rippling around the bases of old shelving. Somewhere beyond, the electrical room alarm screamed without taking a breath. I knew the normal route, back out through the gap into aisle 7, across the sales floor, through the swinging door, down the employee corridor. But that meant leaving June and Connor, losing time, and possibly fighting through customers at the front. The old run might be a shortcut straight toward receiving. It might also be a trap of collapsed shelves and live water, and whatever scrape had come from the bend. "I'll go to the tool cage," I said. June didn't argue this time. That scared me more than if she had. I turned sideways and squeezed past Connor. My hip bumped a shelf. A wet case of beans dropped from shoulder height and exploded against the floor with a heavy smack. I jerked so hard my elbow hit metal. Connor cried out again. "Sorry," I said. "Sorry." June's voice sharpened. "Slow, Mara." "I am." "You're not." She was right. My fear had turned me clumsy. That was the flaw Denise had named, and I hated feeling it operate inside me like a second person. Panic, then stubbornness, then speed. I forced myself to stop, breathe, count the shelf supports, map the space. Behind me, aisle 7 gap, sales floor, front entrance flooding. In front of me, Connor pinned near the bend. Beyond the bend, old stock run toward receiving and the dock, where Denise fought the gate chain. To the right of receiving, breaker room. To the left, tool cage, mop closet, meat cooler. I moved again, slower. The bend opened into a low corridor I had never seen from this side. The ceiling dropped, and I had to duck beneath pipes wrapped in torn insulation. My flashlight beam caught markings on the cinder block, old black arrows, faded inventory codes, a line of pencil dates from years ago. 2011, 2013, 2015. Flood heights, maybe. That fact landed in my stomach. The building had flooded back here before, more than once. The scrape came again. I stopped so abruptly water slapped against my thighs. It came from ahead and left. Slow, metal on concrete. "Denise," I called, no answer. I raised the flashlight. At the far end of the corridor, something hunched behind a stack of paper towel cases. My mouth dried. It shifted. A pale shape lifted. For one awful second, I thought it was a person crouched there, head bent wrong, watching me from between the shelves. Then the shape jerked upward and flapped. A plastic produce bag, snagged on the wheel of an old dolly, inflated by air being forced under the loading dock door. The dolly rolled an inch with every gust, dragging its metal toe plate across the concrete. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. I let out a sound that was almost a laugh and almost not. Terrifying, then explainable. A stupid plastic bag and a dolly. The kind of thing you could tell someone later and make it funny if you left out how close you came to dropping the flashlight. "Get it together," I whispered. At the end of the old corridor, I found a warped plywood panel half blocking the way into receiving. Someone had once screwed it up to close off the run. The bottom had rotted, and the storm water had bowed it inward enough for Connor to squeeze through. Maybe he'd followed that man, or maybe he'd seen the opening and thought it was a shortcut or a hiding place. Either way, The storm hadn't created the passage. It had exposed it. I shoved the plywood. It didn't move. I put my shoulder into it. Still nothing. Second attempt began as a shortcut and immediately failed. I backed up and kicked near the rotten bottom. The wood cracked but held at one screw near the top. I kicked again. Pain shot through my shin. A strip broke loose, leaving jagged splinters. "Mara." June called from behind. "You okay?" Panels stuck. A crash came from the dock side, followed by Denise yelling, "Damn it." I tried the radio again. Nothing. I wedged my fingers through the broken strip and pulled. The wood tore outward with a wet, ripping sound. A splinter drove into the heel of my hand, deep enough that I felt it before I saw it. I hissed and kept pulling until the opening was wide enough to squeeze through. Receiving looked like a disaster scene through a keyhole. Water was pouring under the loading dock door in pulsing sheets, each one spreading across the concrete and running toward the breaker room threshold. The meat cooler alarm flashed red. The tool cage stood across from me behind a chain link door. The bolt cutters hung on the wall inside, bright red handles, visible and useless. The cage was padlocked. Of course it was. I waded to it, water now halfway up my shins, and grabbed the lock. Combination. 4 digits. I knew the manager code for safe drops, the alarm keypad, the office door. I did not know the tool cage code. "Denise," I shouted. She was at the loading dock, 20 feet to my left, wrestling with the storm gate chain. The bay door behind her groaned as water hit it from outside. She had braced one foot against the wall, both hands on the chain, trying to free it from the rusted crank housing. Rainwater blew through gaps around the dock seal and speckled her face. "Tool cage code," I yelled. "Walt changed it. What is it?" "I don't know." That small procedural failure felt almost insulting. A 4-digit code between us and the tool that could lower the gate or free Connor. Denise pointed toward the office side. "Key cabinet. That's across the sales floor. Then break the cage." "With what?" She looked around wildly and grabbed a loose shelf bar from the dock floor. She tossed it toward me. It hit the water with a splash and slid. I picked it up and jammed it through the chain link, trying to lever the door near the latch. The metal flexed. The lock held. I tried again. The bar slipped, smashing my scraped palm against the cage. Pain flashed white and hot. I swore so loudly Denise looked over. "You hurt?" "No, a lie." My hand was bleeding now, diluted pink in the floodwater. The electrical room alarm continued its flat scream. From behind the plywood opening, June shouted, "Mara," his foot's turning pale. The trap tightened. We had failed to lift the rack. I had only partially opened the shortcut. We had found the bolt cutters, but couldn't access them. Every new fact narrowed the options. Connor's leg might be losing circulation. The gate chain was jammed. The cage code was unknown. The old passage was not mystical, but physically damaged and unsafe. And water was approaching the breaker room faster than Walt had guessed. Denise sloshed toward me. "Try 917. I spun the lock. Nothing. Walt's birthday. Try 4430. Nothing. "That's not 4 digits from his life," I snapped. "He changes codes when he's mad at vendors." "This is not a personality quiz, Denise." She flinched, and I regretted it immediately. Then the lights surged. For one brilliant second, receiving snapped fully bright. Every wet surface flashed. The chain link cage, the red bolt cutters, the breaker room door with water lapping at its metal threshold, the old plywood opening behind me, and something else. A wet footprint in the receiving water, adult-sized, fresh mud on concrete, pointed from the dock area toward the old stock run. Then the lights dropped back to emergency red. "Denise," I said, "I saw it. Could be ours." "It's not." Her shoes were non-slip black. Mine were black. June's were gray athletic shoes. The print in the mud had a deep V-shaped tread like a work boot. Denise looked toward the dock door. Maybe someone came in before we locked the front. Through the dock, maybe. Why? Neither of us answered. A pounding came from the front of the store, distant but clear. Connor's mother may be hitting the door or a counter. Eli shouted, "Please, you need to stay back." Then June yelled, "I need help now." Denise and I looked at each other, and the choice broke again. "Gate cutters, kid." Denise grabbed the loose shelf bar. "I'll keep working the chain. Get back to June. Without the cutters. Use your hands. Use anything. Keep him calm. Keep his leg from getting worse." "The gate," I said, "go." A loud electrical pop cracked from the breaker room. Not thunder. Inside. Close. The overhead lights died completely. The emergency lights stayed on, but weaker now, pulsing. The smell of hot plastic slid into the air. Denise whispered, "Oh, that's bad." I backed toward the plywood opening. A second pop came from behind the breaker room door, followed by a low, buzzing hum that made the hair on my arms lift. Water had touched something it shouldn't. Denise pointed at me, all the anger gone from her face now. "Do not step near that door." I crawled back through the torn plywood, splinters scraping my shoulder. The old run seemed smaller on the return, as if every box had leaned inward while I was gone. The water was faster now, carrying soup labels and clumps of brown cardboard. My injured hand throbbed with each heartbeat. When I reached June, she had stripped off her hoodie and folded it under Connor's knee. Face was pale, but her voice stayed calm. "His foot's cool," she said. "I loosened what I could, but the shelf edge is pressing here." She pointed to a metal lip across the lower part of his shin. "If we can shift the suitcases one at a time, not lift the rack, maybe we can reduce pressure." "That's our third plan. That's our current plan." Connor's breathing had turned fast and shallow. His eyes kept rolling toward the darker bend. "The man's there," he whispered. June and I both froze. "What man?" I asked. He lifted one shaking finger. Past the bend, deeper in the old stock run, my flashlight caught movement low to the ground. A dark shape slid between shelves. I grabbed a dented can from the floor and raised it like a weapon, which would have been funny under almost any other circumstances. "Who's there?" I shouted. "This area's closed. Come out now." The shape moved again. June reached for her box cutter. Then something small and gray shot from under the shelf, splashing through the water and slamming into my ankle. I yelped so hard Connor started crying again. A rat. A huge wet rat, panicked by the flood, scrambled over a fallen soup flat and vanished through the gap toward aisle 7. For 2 seconds, none of us spoke. Then June said, voice trembling, "Okay, not the man. Not funny." Still, a laugh punched out of me, sharp and hysterical. June gave one back. Connor stared at us like adults were completely unreliable. Which fair? The laughter burned off fast. We started moving the soup cases. One at a time, June cut the plastic wrap, and I dragged the flats away from Connor's leg. Each case was soaked and heavy, cardboard collapsing in my hands, cans rolling loose into the water. My scraped palm opened more. My back began to seize from working hunched in the narrow passage. June's hands stayed steady, but her breathing got rough, and twice she paused to press her wrist against her forehead. "Almost," she said. Connor sobbed. "I can't feel my toes." June's expression changed. "Keep talking to me," she said. "What's your mom's name?" "Erin." "Okay, Erin is right out there. She is very loud, which is good because we know exactly where she is." That got the smallest sound from him. Not a laugh, a puff. From the dock, Denise shouted, "I got it loose." Hope hit me so hard I nearly dropped the case I was holding. A grinding metallic roar followed. The storm gate chain moved. Then came a deeper sound, a heavy mechanical drop, and Denise screaming, not words, just pain. "Denise," I shouted. No answer. The water surged, not rose slowly. Surged. It came around the bend like someone had opened a fire hydrant behind the wall, slamming into my knees and knocking loose Ken's into Connor's trapped leg. He screamed. June threw herself across him to shield him from the debris. "The gate," she yelled. "I don't know." The surge kept coming. Maybe the gate had dropped wrong. Maybe lowering it displaced the backed-up water. Maybe the jam had released too late and sent the pooled dock water inward before sealing. I didn't know. I only knew the current was now strong enough to move a full case of soup. The old plywood panel behind us groaned. I looked back toward aisle 7. The gap we had crawled through was no longer clear. On the sales floor side, a section of shelving had shifted. Whether the water undermined it or the earlier strain finally gave way, I didn't see. I heard the metal shriek first, then the crash as canned goods spilled down in a silver-red avalanche. The opening to aisle 7 narrowed by half. Then another shelf section leaned. The way out was closing. June saw it too. "Mara," she said. "I know." "No, Mara, look." She pointed past Connor, toward the deeper bend where the old run led to receiving. Water poured from that direction, but above it, through the torn plywood and dim red glow, I could see receiving. I could also see flickering light from the breaker room door. Then smoke started curling under it. Thin, black, real. The route behind us was collapsing. The route ahead was flooding toward a smoking electrical room. Connor was still pinned between them. And at the far front of the store, barely audible through shelves, water, alarms, and thunder, Eli yelled that the customers were pushing toward the doors. The point of no return came with a sound so ordinary it made it worse. The shelf behind us gave one final metallic click. Not a crash, a click, a locking bracket snapping loose. Then the whole aisle 7 end cap tipped sideways and slammed down across the gap, sealing us inside the old stock run with Connor, the rising water, and whatever time Denise had bought us at the dock. The end cap fell across the gap and turned the old stock run into a box. The sound of it kept going after the crash. Cans rolled and knocked into each other on the sales floor side, a hard little avalanche of metal pings and hollow thuds. Then came the the smaller noises. Water ticking off shelves. Connor crying through his teeth. June breathing fast. My own pulse thumping inside my ears like somebody knocking from under the floor. For 3 seconds, none of us moved. Then June said, "Mara." One word, sharp. I snapped back. The aisle 7 exit was sealed by the fallen end cap, but not perfectly. Through gaps between canned tomatoes and bent shelving, I could see dirty light from the sales floor. Not enough space for a person. Maybe enough space for air. Maybe enough for sound. Behind us, the deeper route toward receiving was worse. Water rushed around the bend, carrying labels, cardboard pulp, and loose cans that bumped against my knees. Past that, through the torn plywood panel, smoke crawled along the ceiling of receiving from under the breaker room door. Connor was pinned between both problems. June had her body angled over him, one knee braced against the submerged floor, one hand on his shoulder. "He's going numb," she said. Connor looked at me, eyes too wide. "Am I gonna lose my foot?" "No," I said immediately. June looked at me. I corrected myself. "We're not letting that happen." That was the closest honest version I had. The radio on my belt crackled, burst with static. Then Denise's voice came through in pieces. "Mara, you hear?" I grabbed it. "Denise, we're blocked in." Connor's still pinned, receiving smoking. Static, then, gate S down mostly. Mostly, a wet cough, hers. Chain slipped, gate dropped crooked. My hands caught bad, but I pulled free. "How bad? Don't come here," that answered it. June closed her eyes for half a second, hearing it too. Denise continued, voice strained. "Water slowed outside, but what's already in is coming your way. Breaker rooms arcing. I killed main power." That explained the darkness. "You did what?" "Pulled the main disconnect with a broom handle." "Don't praise me. It was stupid." A pause. Her breathing rasped through the radio. "Front doors are manual now," she said. "Eli S. got people back from them. Fire department won't get here fast. Roads are flooded near the church. You need to get out through receiving or clear that kid." I looked at the fallen end cap. Sales floor exits blocked, then receiving. The electrical room is smoking. I cut main power. "Are you sure?" "No." "So don't touch anything metal near that room." Everything around us was metal. Shelves, rack, cans, the panel pinning Connor. The old uprights bolted into water. The radio fizzed. Denise's voice came once more, softer. "Mara, listen. The tool cage code might be the store open date. Walt uses dates when he panics." "What date?" "June 17th, 1998, 6:17. Try it if you can reach it." Then static swallowed her. The tool cage, the bolt cutters, the red handles behind chain link. We had tried lifting Connor free. Failed. We had tried the shortcut. It led to the cage and a locked tool. The storm gate was down badly. Denise was hurt. The breaker room was smoking, and the exit behind us was blocked. Everything led back to one thing: the bolt cutters. June understood before I said it. "You can't leave him." "I'm not. I mean, I can't hold this alone if the water surges again." "I know," Connor whimpered. "Where's my mom?" "Up front," June said. "She's waiting for you. She's going to be mad you got your shoes wet." He made a tiny choking sound that might have been a laugh if he hadn't been so scared. I looked at the fallen rack. The lower metal lip pressed across his shin, hooked into a bent shelf upright. The suitcases had hidden the problem before. Now, with most of them dragged away, I could see it clearly. A twisted bracket had punched through the fabric of his jeans and pinned the leg down against another bar beneath. Not deep into flesh, I hoped, but enough that lifting made it worse. Enough that he could not slide free. The bolt cutters would cut the bracket, or the shelf upright, or something. I turned toward the bend. June grabbed my wrist. Mara, her hand was cold and strong. I knew what she was asking without asking it. Could I go into the flooded receiving area with my fear, with smoke, with unknown power, with possibly someone else back there? I wanted to say no. I wanted someone older, calmer, trained. I wanted Denise with both hands uninjured, Walt with his stupid codes, firefighters with helmets and dry boots. Anyone. Instead, I said, keep him talking. June let go. The water was up to my knees by the time I reached the bend. It pushed against me from receiving toward the sail's floor, not enough to sweep me down, but enough that each step required a decision. The old dolly with the plastic bag bumped the wall ahead of me. Scrape, pause, scrape. Now that I knew what it was, the sound made me angry. Not tonight, I muttered, and shoved it aside. The torn plywood opening into receiving had widened from the water pressure. Splinters bent outward like broken ribs. I ducked through and smelled hot plastic, wet cardboard, and something bitter from the breaker room. Emergency lights were dead now. My flashlight was everything. The receiving area was lower than the stock run. Water had pooled there almost to mid-shin, darker and deeper, toward the breaker room door. Smoke crawled from under that door in thin black threads, then spread along the ceiling. The main power might have been off. It might not. I kept my hands away from the walls. Denise was on the far side near the dock, sitting against a pallet of bottled water with one arm clamped to her chest. Her right hand was wrapped in her work apron, already soaked dark. Her face was gray. "You're not supposed to be here," she said. "You sound like my guidance counselor. Funny later, cage." I sloshed to the tool cage. The combination lock hung where I had left it, smug and simple. My fingers shook so badly the first number slipped twice. The lock clicked open. For a second, I just stared at it. Then I yanked it free, threw the cage door open, and grabbed the bolt cutters. They were heavier than I expected. Red handles, chipped at the ends. I also grabbed a coil of yellow nylon rope from the bottom shelf because it was there, and because desperation makes everything look useful. Something moved behind me. Not the dolly, not water. A splash near the meat cooler. I spun, flashlight high. A man stood half hidden by the cooler door. Adult, male, work boots with deep V-tread soles, dark rain jacket, baseball cap pulled low. One hand up against the light. The other held a gray plastic storage tote. For 1 second, all of Connor's words locked into place. There was a man, not a ghost, not a storm trick, not the building. A man. Denise saw him too. "Hey," he bolted, not toward the front, toward the old stock run, toward June and Connor. "Stop," I yelled uselessly. He slipped in the water, caught himself on the shelving, and kept going. The tote banged against his thigh. Its lid had been duct-taped shut, but one corner had popped loose. Small boxes slid inside it. I saw labels as my flashlight hit them. Cold medicine, razor cartridges, batteries, not a monster, a thief. A thief who had used the storm, the power failure, and the old passage behind aisle 7 to get into the back. Maybe he had found the rotted panel earlier. Maybe he had known the store. Maybe he had been hiding there when Connor wandered too close, and the boy followed or startled him. Maybe the fallen rack had been panic, not plan. Still, Connor was trapped because of him. June. I shouted into the passage. Someone's coming toward you. I ran after him with the bolt cutters in one hand and the rope over my shoulder. Running in floodwater is barely running. It is stumbling with confidence. The man reached the bend before me. I heard June shout, then Connor scream. By the time I crawled through the plywood, the man was trying to squeeze past them toward the blocked aisle 7 gap. June had planted herself between him and Connor, box cutter in one hand, the blade small and bright. "Back up," she said. "I'm not touching you," he snapped. His voice was rough, breathless, local. "Move, you're stepping on his leg." I said move. His boot splashed down inches from the rack pinning Connor. I came up behind him and swung the bolt cutter sideways, not at his head. I am not that brave or that coordinated. I hit the tote. The plastic cracked. The lid popped. Boxes scattered into the water, razors, allergy medicine, over-the-counter cold packs. Small, expensive things people steal because they can sell them fast. He turned on me. Up close, he was younger than I expected. 35 maybe, male, pale stubble, rain dripping from the brim of his cap. His eyes were frantic in a very human way, not evil, cornered. "You stupid," he lunged for the cutters. I held on. He was stronger. He shoved me back into the shelf. My shoulder hit metal hard enough that sparks burst in my vision. The cutters slipped halfway from my hand. I grabbed one handle with my bleeding palm and felt the torn skin reopen. June moved. She didn't stab him. She did something better. She slammed her shoulder into the back of his knees. He buckled, not fell cleanly, just dropped enough that his boot slid under him in the water. His hip hit the floor with a heavy splash. Connor screamed again because the fallen rack shifted. "Stop moving," June yelled at all of us. The man clawed for the shelf. I raised the bolt cutters with both hands. "Stay down," I said. My voice sounded strange, thin but sharp, not heroic, exhausted. He looked at me, at June's box cutter, at Connor, at the blocked gap, then back toward receiving where smoke was thickening. "I didn't touch the kid," he said. "Then why run?" "Because I'm not going to jail over pills." "You trapped a child." He followed me. I told him to go back. "You told him." I said go back. His voice cracked. Shelf went when he grabbed it. I tried to lift it, but he screamed, and then you people came. June's face twisted with disgust. "So you hid?" I panicked. Connor cried harder. He said, "Don't tell." The man shut his eyes. That was all the confession anyone needed right then. A bang came from receiving. Denise shouted, "Smoke-'s getting worse." We didn't have time to make him pay. That would come later, if later happened. I tossed the yellow rope at him. "Tie that around the upright." He stared. "What?" June understood. "We can pull the rack sideways if it's anchored." "No," the man said. "No, I'm leaving." I aimed the bolt cutters at him like they were a weapon. "You are helping free him, or you are staying trapped in here with a smoking breaker room and a mother out front who heard her kid scream." That reached him. He took the rope. No sudden redemption. His hands shook. He cursed at the knot. He kept glancing toward the exit like a dog looking for a gap in a fence. But he tied it around the bent upright above Connor's leg, because fear can sometimes be aimed. June checked the position. If we pull toward the wall, it may lift pressure off the bracket. May, I said, best we have. I crawled close to Connor with the bolt cutters. I'm going to cut the little metal piece, okay? I don't want you to. I know. Will it hurt? Probably. But shorter hurt than staying here. June looked at me, approving despite everything. The man braced the rope around a shelf support. I put the bolt cutter jaws around the twisted bracket. My injured hand screamed when I squeezed. The cutters slipped again. The bracket dented. Connor sobbed. Hold still, June whispered to him. Almost, you're doing it. Water slapped against my thigh. Smoke reached the bend, a gray veil slipping above our heads. Denise called, Mara. Almost. The man pulled the rope. The rack shifted sideways. Half an inch. June shoved her folded hoodie deeper under Connor's knee. Now. I squeezed the cutters with everything I had. Nothing. I screamed not fear, effort, and leaned my weight down. The bracket snapped. The release was violent. The cutters slammed shut, and my knuckles hit the rack. Connor's leg jerked free enough for June to pull him back by the hips. He screamed, then went limp against her. Not unconscious. Shocky. Pale, breathing fast. Foot, I said. June grabbed it, pressing 2 fingers near his ankle. Pulse is weak, but there. We need out. The man dropped the rope and scrambled toward the blocked gap. No, I said. He ignored me and started pulling cans away from the fallen end cap like a trapped animal digging soil. A metallic buzz rose from receiving. The kind you feel in your teeth. Denise shouted, everyone out of that passage now. The sales floor side was blocked, but maybe breakable. Receiving was smoking, but open. Connor couldn't crawl. Denise was injured. The man was tearing at the wrong exit. I made the call I did not want. Receiving, I said. June looked at me. With the electrical room, main is off. Denise is there. It's wider. We carry him high and stay away from the door. The man spun. I'm not going back there. You are carrying him. No, June's box cutter rose again. You are carrying him. Maybe it was her voice. Maybe it was the smoke. Maybe some late, ugly scrap of conscience woke up. He came back. We made a carry out of necessity. The man took Connor under the arms. I took his knees, careful of the injured leg. June supported the lower leg and kept it from twisting. Every step hurt him. Every sound he made hurt us. The passage back to receiving had become a drain pipe with shelves. Step, June said. Pipe, I said. Watch the left. Cans. The man stumbled once. I shouted at him. He shouted back. Connor moaned. Then we were through the plywood. Receiving was worse. Smoke had thickened at the ceiling, but the lower air was clearer. Denise had crawled closer to the tool cage, away from the breaker room door. Her wrapped hand was pressed against her stomach. The dock gate beyond her had lowered crooked, leaving a triangular gap at one side where water still forced through, but slower now. Front, Denise coughed. Get to the front. The normal employee corridor led from receiving to the swinging door near dairy, and then onto the sales floor. The problem was the breaker room door sat just beside that corridor. Smoke seeped from underneath it in black ribbons. A small orange glow pulsed once near the bottom, then vanished. "Is it on fire?" June asked. "Something is," Denise said. The man carrying Connor looked toward the loading dock. "We can go out there." "No," Denise snapped. "Water's waist deep outside the dock and pushing against the gate." So the only way was past the breaker room. Short distance. 10 steps. 10 wet steps across concrete beside a smoking electrical room. No metal walls. No touching the door. Stay low. Move fast. Denise tried to stand and failed. I saw her hand then. 2 fingers swollen wrong, a strip of skin missing across the back. The apron wrap was soaked through. Cost, real cost. "Leave me," she said. "Shut up," I said. She almost smiled. We moved in 2 trips because that was the only thing that made sense. First, Connor. The man, June, and I carried him past the breaker room door. The heat beside it was faint but real. The buzzing lowered, then rose. I stared at the water, terrified of seeing sparks dance across it. Nothing happened. 10 steps. The employee corridor, the swinging door. Eli was on the other side with a broom handle through the door handles, trying to keep customers from pushing into the back. When he saw us, his face folded. "Oh my God, move," I said. He moved. Connor's mother broke through the small crowd with a sound I hope I never hear again. She tried to grab him, but June blocked her with her body. "Don't pull him. His legs hurt. We need him flat." "We called 911, Eli said. "They said crews are delayed but coming. They told us to shelter away from water and smoke." "Good," June said. "Bakery counter, dry area, towels." The man tried to vanish into the crowd. Eli saw the scattered stolen boxes floating behind us in receiving. He saw the man's boots. He understood enough. "Sir," Eli said, voice shaking, "don't." The man shoved past him. Mrs. Novick stepped into his path. Tiny Mrs. Novick, with her lipstick still perfect and her purse clutched like a brick. "You stay," she said. He could have knocked her over. He did not. Maybe because everyone was looking now. Maybe because Connor's mother was staring at him with murder in her wet face. Maybe because he was tired. He stopped. Second trip, Denise. By then, the smoke was lower. I went back with Eli because June refused to leave Connor. Eli was pale, jaw trembling, but he came. He was 19 and terrified and came anyway. "Don't touch the walls," I told him. "No worries," he whispered, then started crying. Denise was still by the tool cage. "You two look awful," she said. "Great. Insults mean you're alive." We got her up. She bit down on a scream and made it a grunt. Eli put her good arm over his shoulders. I supported her injured side as gently as I could. My own hand was slippery with blood. Halfway past the breaker room, the door popped. Not open. Just a sharp inward crack from heat or pressure inside. A puff of black smoke rolled across our faces. We ducked. "Move," Denise gasped. We moved 3 steps. 2. 1. The swinging door, sales floor, air. Not clean air. Grocery air. Wet cinnamon broom scared people, spilled tomato sauce, rain through the front doors. But air that did not taste like burning wires. Behind us, something inside the breaker room gave a final hard snap, and the last emergency light in receiving went out. Nobody spoke. The fire did not explode. The floor did not become lightning. No movie ending. Just darkness behind the employee door and smoke curling through the top gap, slow and patient. Eli wedged the broom handle back through the swinging door and piled a rubber mat at the base to slow the smoke. June had Connor on towels near the bakery, his mother kneeling beside him, sobbing into her sleeve while June checked his foot and kept saying, "Look at me, not his leg. Look at me." Denise sank onto the floor near the service desk, white-faced and shaking. I knelt beside her. "You okay?" I asked. "No, honest, simple." I pressed a clean towel around her hand, and she hissed. Across the front end, the thief sat on the floor with his back against the lottery machine, watched by Mrs. Novick and the man in the yard goat's cap. The tote of stolen goods had been dragged out too, cracked open, contents spilling across the tile like evidence that had grown tired of hiding. The central threat had a face now. Not the aisle, not the storm. A man who had found an old, unsafe passage and used the weather as cover, setting off a chain of ordinary failures. A frightened child, a collapsed rack, a delayed floodgate, a smoking breaker room, a store full of trapped people. The aisle had only appeared during storms, because storms made the rotten wall open, because water shifted the shelves, because bad maintenance and worse choices can look like a haunting when the lights go out. At the front windows, blue and red lights finally smeared through the rain in the parking lot. Distant at first, then closer. Not sudden saviors, too late to make the hard choices for us. Just proof that the world outside still existed. Connor was alive. Denise was alive. June sat back on her heels, exhausted, one hand still wrapped around Connor's ankle to monitor his pulse. I leaned against the service desk, my scraped hand throbbing, my shoulder swelling, my clothes soaked with water that smelled like rust and old soup. Aisle 7 behind us was dark, blocked, quiet now. But when the thunder rolled again, I heard one last can shift somewhere inside the fallen shelves, slow and small, like the store was settling around the space it had tried to hide. The fire department reached us 14 minutes after the first blue lights smeared across the windows. 14 minutes is not long unless you are counting it by breaths. We had Connor on a nest of towels by the bakery case, away from the water, away from the smoke. His mother crouched beside him with one hand on his shoulder, because June kept telling her not to touch the leg. June had taken charge in a way that made the rest of us look like props. She had Eli fetch clean dish towels from the deli, told Mrs. Novick to keep talking to Connor about his dog, and snapped at the yard goat's cap guy until he stopped filming. "Phone down," she said. "Unless you're calling his father, phone down." He put it down. Connor's mother was named Erin Kelleher, 32, female, from Putnam, on her way back from visiting her sister when the storm got bad, and she stopped at Powell's for milk, bread, and the little chocolate donuts Connor liked. She kept repeating those items under her breath like they were a spell that might rewind the night. Milk, bread, donuts. Milk, bread, donuts. Connor lay very still after June got him settled. That scared me more than the screaming had. His face looked too pale under the emergency glow, and his lips had a bluish tinge that might have been cold, might have been shock, might have been my brain looking for disasters, because it had not yet accepted we were out of the passage. June kept 2 fingers at his ankle. "Still there," she said every so often. Aaron would whisper, "What?" "Pulse, it's still there." Each time, Aaron nodded like she understood, and then immediately looked like she didn't. Denise sat against the service desk with her injured hand wrapped in towels and held above her heart. She had gone quiet in a way I didn't like. Denise was not a quiet person. Even tired, even angry, even holding back tears, she usually filled space with practical noise. Comments, instructions, insults shaped like advice. Now she watched the back of the store as if she expected it to shift again. Eli stood by the front doors, one sneaker braced against the mat to keep it from sliding, rainwater soaking the cuffs of his pants. He was shaking, but he stayed there. When a customer asked if they could go to their car, he said, "No, ma'am, please wait for the firefighters," and his voice only cracked on please. The thief sat on the floor near the lottery machine. His name, we learned later, was Graham Pike. 38, male, from Torrington, former warehouse worker, prior arrests for shoplifting, and 1 for trespassing. In the store, before police arrived, he gave no name. He sat with his knees up and his hands visible, watched by Mrs. Novick, who had discovered a talent for looking at a grown man like he was gum stuck to her shoe. "Once," he said, "I didn't mean for the kid to get hurt." Aaron turned so fast, I thought she might launch herself across the floor. June said, without looking up from Connor's foot, "Do not answer him." Aaron didn't. Graham shut his mouth. When the firefighters came in, they did not burst through with axes and movie courage. They came wet, tired, and irritated by the weather, carrying gear and asking clear questions. 2 went straight to Connor. 1 checked Denise. Another, a captain named Peter Malley, 52, male, with a square face and rain dripping off his helmet, asked who had shut the main power. Denise lifted her good hand halfway. "Me. With what?" "A broom handle." Captain Mal stared at her. She stared back. He said, "Don't do that again." Denise said, planning not to, "That was the first time I almost cried." The fire crew confirmed the main disconnect was off and kept everyone away from receiving. They found smoke in the breaker room, but no open flame by the time they got inside. A section of wiring had arced after water reached the lower panel. The smell of burned insulation spread through the store and settled into everything. I still smell it sometimes when a toaster goes too long. The paramedics splinted Connor's leg on the bakery floor. He had a deep bruise, a laceration along the shin from the shelf bracket, and swelling that made June's face stay carefully blank. They gave him something for pain before moving him, and he finally stopped clenching his teeth. "Is my shoe gone?" he asked. One of the paramedics, a woman named Lee Morris, female, maybe early 40s, said, "It's still attached to you, buddy. It's my fast shoe. Then we'll make sure it rides with you." Erin broke down at that, not loudly. She folded forward until her forehead touched Connor's shoulder and cried in these small, contained bursts, trying not to shake him. Connor patted her hair with one hand, drugged and solemn. "It's okay, Mom," he said. It was not okay, but nobody corrected him. Denise refused an ambulance until Captain Mal looked at her hand and said, "You can refuse care, but you can't make that hand less broken by being stubborn." She turned to me. He's annoying. He's right. Also annoying. Her index and middle fingers were fractured. The chain had peeled skin across the back of her hand and crushed 2 knuckles badly enough that later she needed surgery. She would be out for weeks. When the paramedic wrapped her properly, Denise stared at the ceiling and made one quiet sound through her nose. That was all. I had my own hand cleaned in the back of an ambulance. Splinters came out of the heel of my palm, one by one, with bright little stings. My shoulder had a deep bruise from where Graham shoved me into the shelf, and by morning, it would bloom purple down my upper arm. The EMT asked if I wanted to be transported. I said no. Then I looked at the store. Water covered the entrance mats. Aisle 7 was blocked by a collapsed end cap and scattered cans. The frozen vegetable doors were streaked with condensation. The cinnamon broom display had fallen over and turned the front end into a wet, spicy mess. Customers stood in clusters, wrapped in foil blankets the firefighters had handed out from their trucks. Nothing looked haunted. It looked neglected. That was worse. Police took Graham out through the front after the worst of the rain had eased. He did not fight them. He walked with his head down, wet pant legs dragging, one officer holding his arm. Aaron watched him go. So did Connor from the stretcher. Graham glanced once toward the old aisle, not toward Connor, toward the blocked gap behind aisle 7, like he was leaving something behind. I noticed. I don't know if anyone else did. Walt arrived close to midnight, soaked to the skin, his fleece vest plastered to his shirt. He pushed through the firefighters and stood near the service desk, staring at the store he owned as if someone had taken it apart and put it back together wrong. Walt Kim, 61, male, usually moved like a man late for 3 errands at once. That night, he moved slowly. He looked at the water, at the smoke-stained employee door, at Denise's empty spot after they loaded her into the ambulance, at me with my bandaged hand. "Mara," he said, "Jesus." I didn't know what to say to him. For a while, none of us did. Captain Malley did the speaking. He told Walt the store was closed until inspection. Electrical, structural, health department, insurance. He said the old blocked-off stock run would need to be examined by the building inspector. He said water had been getting in for a long time. Walt kept nodding. At one point he said, "We sealed that years ago." Captain Malley said, "Not well enough." Walt looked at me then. Not defensive. Not yet. Just tired and frightened and old under the fluorescent emergency lights. I asked, "Did you know it opened when the dock flooded?" His mouth parted. The answer should have come quickly. "No, absolutely not. Never." Instead, he said, "It wasn't supposed to." That sentence did not help him. In the weeks afterward, everything became paperwork. That is the part nobody tells right in stories. After the screaming and the water and the smoke, horror becomes forms. Incident reports, insurance statements, police interviews, workers' comp paperwork, a county inspector with a clipboard, a fire marshal walking through with a flashlight and making little dissatisfied sounds. Powell's closed for 11 days. The official explanation, as far as customers got it, was storm damage and electrical repairs. The local Facebook group turned it into 50 versions by breakfast. Someone said a freezer exploded. Someone said a child fell through the floor. Someone said a man had been living in the walls for months, which was not true as far as anyone proved, but I understood why it stuck. People prefer stories with monsters. Bad maintenance and opportunistic theft feel too dull for the damage they do. Graham Pike was charged with burglary, reckless endangerment, unlawful restraint related to telling Connor not to call out, and a few theft charges that sounded small compared to everything else. The police found his car parked behind the closed pharmacy next door, half hidden behind the dumpster, with more stolen merchandise in the trunk from other stores. They believed he had discovered the rotten rear panel during a previous storm and used it at least twice to move between the sales floor and receiving when cameras went blind in bad weather. That answered a lot. Not all. Connor had surgery 2 days later to clean the wound and relieve pressure from swelling. He kept his foot. Aaron sent June a photo of him in the hospital wearing one blue shoe and one bright yellow hospital sock, giving a thumbs up with the solemn dignity of a king accepting bad news. June showed me the photo in the parking lot behind Powell's and then looked away quickly. "He'll need physical therapy," she said. "You saved his leg." I helped. June. She wiped her nose with the back of her wrist. "I keep thinking about how long he was there before we hurt him." I did too. Denise's surgery went well, according to Denise, which meant the doctor had said words she disliked, and she had decided to translate them into something less annoying. She sent voice messages from home instead of texts because using her hand hurt. The first one said, "Tell Walt if he stocks the pumpkin wafers by the front door again, I'm quitting from medical leave." The second said, "Also, are you sleeping?" I didn't answer that one for 6 hours. Sleep became complicated. Not impossible, just dishonest. I would lie down and hear the freezer doors tapping, the dolly scraping, Connor saying there was a man. Sometimes I dreamed of the aisle being normal and bright, except every can on every shelf was turned backward, so none of the labels showed. Sometimes I woke up because the apartment refrigerator clicked on. The first storm after Powell's reopened, I called out sick. I'm not proud of that. I sat in my car outside my apartment in Bristol with the engine off, listening to rain hit the windshield. My uniform shirt was folded on the passenger seat. The streetlights made little trembling circles on the glass. My phone buzzed twice. Eli, probably, or June, or Walt. I didn't look. For 20 minutes, I was 13 again on that dark stairwell, convinced something was below me and more ashamed of the fear than afraid of the thing. Then Denise called. I answered because Denise did not call unless she intended to be answered. "You in the parking lot?" she asked. "No, you're lying badly. I'm at home." Same thing emotionally. I almost laughed. She said, "Listen, you don't have to go in during storms forever, but don't let the first one decide for you. You sound like a therapist with a coupon." I'm heavily medicated and wise. Rain ticked against the roof of my car. "What if I freeze?" I asked. "Then freeze for a second. Then move." "That's what you did." I was scared the whole time. No kidding, I'm serious. So am I. Courage is mostly being scared and still doing the next stupid necessary thing. I watched water run down the windshield in silver threads. "Store still standing?" I asked. "Unfortunately." "You there?" "Of course I'm here." Somebody has to make Walt feel guilty by existing. Her voice softened then, just enough. "Aisle 7's gone." "What?" "They tore out the whole run. Shelving, old panel, everything. Building inspector made them open the wall. It's just cinder block now." "Good, yeah." But her pause had weight. "What?" I asked. "Nothing, Denise. They found the old drain plans. That passage connected farther than Walt remembered. Behind 8-2. Maybe behind 6 before the remodel." The rain grew louder. "Connected where?" "Old storage alcove near the pharmacy wall. Sealed before Walt bought the place." "Did they open it?" "Inspector said next week." Next week. Budget, permits, whatever. You know how fast official people move when nothing is actively on fire. I sat there, my fingers tight around the phone. She said, "Mara, don't do the thing where you make a whole movie in your head." "I'm not." "You are." Maybe I was. The next day, I went in. Powell S. looked almost normal after repairs. That was the strangest part. New ceiling tiles, dry entrance mats, a temporary plywood wall where aisle 7's end cap used to be, painted off white like nobody would notice. The freezer doors had been cleaned until they shone. Someone had replaced the cinnamon brooms. The store smelled like bread from the bakery and floor cleaner, and a faint electrical bitterness that no amount of mopping fully erased. Eli was at register too. He had clipped his badge lower. He looked older by maybe a month, which felt unfair. "No worries," he said when he saw me. Then he winced. "Sorry, habit. It's okay. It's not really." "No," he nodded once. "No, it is." June was stocking first aid supplies near the pharmacy end cap, even though she didn't work that section. She had started carrying a small trauma kit in her backpack. Denise said that was either admirable or a sign we all needed paid leave. Walt avoided aisle 7 for most of the morning. When he finally walked by, he stopped next to me. "I should have fixed it sooner," he said. I looked at him. There were a lot of things I could have said. Some true, some cruel, some useful to no one. "Yes," I said. He took it like he deserved it. The store reopened fully the following Monday. Customers came back because people always need milk, bread, batteries, yogurt, soup. Mrs. Novick returned first thing and bought lemon yogurt and a newspaper. She handed me a small packet of bandages from her purse. "For your hand," she said. "It's healed. Keep them anyway." So I did. By October, aisle 7 had new shelving and a new sign. Canned goods /soup/international. Shorter than before because the back wall had been reinforced and brought forward by 18 inches. Most customers didn't notice. The ones who had been there that night noticed and pretended not to. That is how ordinary life repairs itself. Badly, with paint. The official story closed neatly enough. Storm damage exposed an unsafe old service passage. A thief exploited it. A child followed or was scared into it. Flooding caused electrical danger. Employees improvised until responders arrived. Closed, 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 and still. 2 months later, after closing, I was walking past aisle 7 during a light rain. Not a storm, just rain tapping the roof vents and ticking against the front glass. The store was empty except for me, Eli, and Walt in the office. The lights were steady. The floor was dry. freezer doors were clear. As I passed the new reinforced wall at the back of aisle 7, I heard something behind it. One small sound, a can rolling slowly across concrete. I stood there with a box cutter in my hand, listening until it stopped. Then I went to the office and told Walt we were calling the inspector back. I did not check behind the wall. Not alone. Not anymore. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found a locked door in my basement with my name written on it as best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing out of place was the sound of my dryer stopping mid-cycle. Not the buzzer. Not that hollow metallic clunk it made when a zipper hit the drum. Just a soft, tired click from the basement, followed by the wet slap of clothes settling where they shouldn't have settled yet. I was upstairs at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee gone lukewarm beside my laptop, staring at a spreadsheet for a roofing company I had no emotional connection to. And the house did what old houses do. It sighed in the walls. It ticked around the radiator pipes. It made me feel dramatic for noticing. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male. And at that point, I'd owned the house in Worcester, Massachusetts, for exactly 27 days. It was a 2-story colonial on a narrow street off Burncoat, with vinyl siding that buckled in one corner, a postage stamp yard, and a basement the seller had called partially finished, in the same tone people use when they say a dog is spirited. I worked remotely doing bookkeeping for small contractors, which meant I spent most weekdays inside, alone with invoices, my coffee grinder, and every little complaint the house decided to make. The private fear I brought with me wasn't ghosts. I need to say that early. I don't believe in things drifting through walls or whispering names from vents. What I do believe in is paperwork missed by inspectors. I believe in mold behind paneling, cracked foundations, knob and tube wiring hidden under fresh paint, and the kind of old house problem that waits until you've spent your last savings on closing costs before it introduces itself. So when the dryer stopped, I didn't think, something's down there. I thought, great, the dryer's dying. I pushed back from the table, and the chair legs squealed over the worn pine floorboards. Outside, a delivery truck idled somewhere down the block, diesel rattling through the cold April drizzle. The kitchen smelled like burnt toast because I'd made breakfast while distracted, and then eaten it anyway over the sink. Behind me, the fridge hummed with a steady patience I found weirdly insulting. "Come on," I muttered, and headed for the basement stairs. The door to the basement sat between the kitchen and the back mudroom, painted white over so many older coats that the edges looked rounded, softened, almost waxy. When I opened it, the basement air came up cool and mineral heavy, carrying the damp smell of concrete, detergent, sawdust, and something faintly metallic from the old boiler. The light switch clicked twice before the bare bulbs down there woke up. One bulb at the bottom of the stairs buzzed like an insect trapped in a jar. The second one, near the washer and dryer, flickered once, then steadied into a yellowish glow that made every shadow look like water damage. I held the railing as I went down. The steps were steep and shallow, the kind designed by someone who either had tiny feet or no concern for other people's ankles. Halfway down, I heard another sound, a scrape, small, brief, like cardboard dragged across concrete. I stopped with one hand tight around the railing. The dryer sat 10 feet away at the foot of the stairs. Door closed, indicator lights dark. The washer beside it still had a beach towel draped over the lid from when I'd wiped up a leak the week before. Beyond them, the basement opened into 3 rough areas. A storage corner crowded with boxes I hadn't unpacked, a workbench left by the previous owner, and a plywood partition along the far wall that I'd been pretending didn't exist until I had a free weekend and more courage. Nothing moved. The house above me clicked, settling. Water ran through a pipe somewhere overhead. A car hissed past outside on wet pavement. I let out a breath through my nose and finished descending. The dryer door resisted when I tugged it, then popped open with a sticky rubber squeak. Inside, my sheets were twisted into a damp rope, warm in patches and cold in others. I pressed the power button. Nothing. I checked the plug, then the breaker panel, because I had become the sort of man who checked breaker panels while still having no idea what most of the labels meant. The panel was mounted near the boiler on the right-hand wall. The previous owner, a retired school principal named Frank Hollies, 71, male, had labeled everything in neat black marker. Kitchen, outlets, upstairs bedrooms, boiler, basement lights. I had met him twice, both times during the sale, and he'd had the smooth, careful manners of a man who had spent decades telling teenagers to stop running in hallways. He told me the house had good bones. Everyone involved in the transaction had said that phrase as if bones couldn't be broken. The dryer breaker had tripped. I flipped it back, and the basement lights dimmed for half a second. The boiler gave a low cough. Behind me, the dryer beeped. "Thank you, Frank," I said, because talking to dead air was easier than admitting I was nervous. That was when I saw the chalk mark on the floor. It was near the plywood partition, half hidden by the shadow of a metal shelf loaded with paint cans. A short white line, maybe 6 inches long, drawn across the concrete like someone had marked where to place a piece of furniture. It hadn't been there the day before. I knew that because I had spent Sunday moving boxes around, trying to find my winter boots, and I'd swept that exact stretch of floor after splitting open a bag of drywall anchors. I crouched. The mark was powdery, fresh enough that a little of it lifted on my fingertip. Chalk, I thought, or plaster. Above it, the plywood partition stood in a crooked run from the back wall to the old coal chute, creating a narrow, closed-off section at the rear of the basement. Frank had said it was just storage. The inspector had looked at it, knocked once, shone a flashlight into a gap near the floor, and moved on to the boiler because the boiler was older than I was and more urgent. I hadn't opened it because there wasn't anything to open. No visible knob, no hinges on this side, just plywood screwed into a frame, painted the same depressing gray as the basement walls. It looked temporary in the way old temporary things become permanent through neglect. Another scrape came from behind it. This time I didn't freeze in some movie way. I flinched so hard my heel slipped on dust, and I had to slap one palm against the concrete floor to catch myself. Pain sparked up my wrist. A stupid, hot embarrassment followed right after it because nothing had jumped out. Nothing had even moved. "Mouse," I said aloud. My voice sounded flat in the basement. A mouse was not impossible. A raccoon would have been possible too, or a squirrel that had found its way through the old coal chute. The neighborhood had plenty of them. They treated trash bins like puzzles designed for their enrichment. I stood, wiped my dusty hand on my jeans, and leaned closer to the plywood. There was a gap at the bottom, irregular and dark, maybe an inch high. Cool air moved through it. Not much, just enough to carry a different smell than the rest of the basement. Staler, dry wood, old insulation, something like pennies. I took my phone out and turned on the flashlight. The beam hit the floor, then the plywood, then the gap. I crouched again, ignoring the ache in my wrist, and angled the light under. At first, I saw nothing but concrete dust and a dead beetle curled on its back. Then the beam caught something pale. Paper, maybe. A strip of it, tucked just beyond reach. I stretched 2 fingers under the gap and touched the edge. It slid back instead of forward, as if something behind it had shifted with my movement. I pulled my hand out fast. From upstairs came the knock at the front door. 3 brisk taps. Then my phone buzzed in my hand. Maya Leclerc, 33, female, was my older sister by 11 months, which she insisted still counted as older in every argument that mattered. She lived 15 minutes away in Shrewsbury with her wife and 2 kids, worked as an ER nurse at UMass Memorial, and had the calm, brisk energy of someone who could insert an IV while telling you your parking meter was about to expire. Since I moved in, she'd made it her mission to prevent me from becoming a divorced uncle stereotype without the divorce. Her words, her text read, "I'm outside. You promised I could steal your ladder." I looked at the plywood, then at the dark gap, then toward the stairs. The knock came again. "Doors open," I yelled, and my voice cracked slightly on open. A second later, I heard the front door stick, then scrape over the entry rug. "Your lock is terrible," Maya called from upstairs. That's how people get murdered in podcasts. Great timing. Her footsteps crossed the kitchen. "Why does it smell like you burned bread and gave up?" "Because I burned bread and gave up." She appeared at the top of the basement stairs in navy scrubs under a rain jacket, dark hair twisted into a clip, one hand on the doorframe. Behind her, gray daylight made a soft rectangle around her shoulders. "You okay?" she asked. I almost said yes automatically. That was my flaw, or one of them. I had a talent for minimizing things until they became unmanageable. Bills, stress, a weird noise in the basement. I could explain almost anything away if the alternative required calling someone asking for help, or admitting I'd made a bad decision. Instead, I said, "I think there's an animal behind the wall." Maya looked down at me. "Behind the wall, the plywood thing. The creepy plywood thing you said you were going to remove." I said eventually. "You said Saturday." It was a concept of Saturday. She came down the steps carefully, one hand on the rail. The basement changed when another person entered it. Not safer exactly, but less private. Less like it had been waiting for me to be alone. Maya stopped near the washer, glanced at the open dryer, the breaker panel, then the partition. "What kind of animal? Small, probably." "That's a very comforting medical assessment." I heard scraping, twice, and there's a chalk mark. She stared at me. "You brought me downstairs for chalk." "I didn't bring you downstairs. You came for a ladder." "Daniel," I pointed. "There." She crouched to look, rain dripping from the hem of her jacket onto the concrete. Could be plaster dust. "It wasn't there yesterday." "You sure?" "Yes." She gave me the look she used when one of her kids claimed not to know how marker got on the dog. Not disbelief, evaluation. Then the scrape came again. Maya stopped smiling. It was clearer with both of us quiet. A slow drag, then a bump from somewhere behind the plywood. Not frantic, not claws. More like something light being nudged across the floor. "Mouse," I whispered. "Maybe," she said, but softer. We both listened. The bulb above us buzzed. The dryer gave a delayed beep, reminding me it existed. Somewhere behind the wall, something made one tiny tapping sound. Maya stood. "Do you have gloves? In a box?" That narrows it down. I haven't unpacked everything. You've been here a month. 27 days. My mistake, you're thriving. She walked toward the workbench. Frank had left it stocked with small offerings, rusted coffee cans full of screws, a pegboard with missing tool outlines, a cracked plastic level, 3 old paintbrushes stiff as bones. Maya picked up a screwdriver, tested the tip with her thumb, and frowned. "Don't start taking it apart," I said. "I'm not taking it apart. I'm seeing if it can be taken apart." "That's the same thing with better posture." She ignored me and leaned closer to the plywood. "These screws are new." That got me. "What?" She tapped one screw head with the screwdriver. It was bright silver, clean in the cross slots, not painted over like the others. Once she pointed it out, I saw more of them. 6 along one vertical seam. Maybe 8. Newer than the surrounding wood. Newer than the house, definitely. I stepped closer. The inspector didn't say anything. The inspector missed your upstairs bathroom fan venting into the attic, so maybe don't build a religion around him. He said that was common. Common doesn't mean good. I shone my phone light along the seam. The plywood was made of 2 panels overlapping slightly, and between them was a thin vertical crack. Behind it, deeper in the dark, I could make out the edge of something that didn't match the rough framing. Painted wood. Not gray, not plywood, white. Maya saw my face change. "What?" I moved the light slowly. The crack gave me a sliver of view, no wider than a pencil, enough for a glimpse of a flat surface behind the plywood. A door, an actual door, set back maybe 2 feet from the partition. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way, the same way it did before a dentist appointment. "There's a door behind this," I said. Maya didn't answer right away. She put her eye near the crack, then pulled back. "Yeah, why would there be a door behind a wall? Old storage room. Root cellar, coal room, with with new screws. She didn't have a quick answer for that, which bothered me more than if she had argued. My phone buzzed again in my hand, and I almost dropped it. This time it was Russell. Russell Pike, 36, male, was my neighbor from 2 houses down. A broad-shouldered electrician with a shaved head, a red beard, and the kind of practical kindness that made him offer help while pretending it was no trouble because he was already outside anyway. We met 3 days after I moved in, when he saw me trying to carry a bookcase alone and asked if I was attempting insurance fraud. I'd texted him the week before about maybe looking at some questionable basement outlets, but we hadn't set a time. His message said, "Saw your basement lights flicker from the sidewalk. Still want me to check those outlets sometime." Maya read it over my shoulder because boundaries were theoretical in our family. "Convenient," she said. "I don't want to make this a thing. It's already a thing. There's a hidden door. We don't know it's hidden. It could just be covered. That's what hidden means." Behind the plywood, the tapping came again. 2 small ticks, then nothing. The sound did something to the air between us. Maya's face changed from teasing sister to emergency room nurse, alert and controlled. She listened with her whole body. "Text Russell," she said. "And say what? Hey, my house has a secret door and maybe a squirrel with a hammer. Say you need help removing a panel safely. He's an electrician. He'll care about what wires you cut through." I looked at the partition, at the fresh screws, at the chalk mark on the concrete. A practical explanation still existed. Several, actually. Frank might have closed off an ugly storage space before selling. The fresh screws might be from a rushed repair. The sound might be an animal trapped inside, and the paper under the gap might be trash stirred by air from a vent. Houses had layers. People covered things for dumb reasons all the time. But then my light shifted just a little and caught something through the seam on the white door behind the plywood. Black marker. Not a word, not fully. Just the curve of a capital D. I leaned closer despite myself. Maya put a hand on my arm. "Daniel, I saw something." "I know, no, on the door." She followed the beam. The crack was too narrow. The angle was wrong. To see more, I would have to remove the screws or pry the panel back. Upstairs, the dryer beeped again through the basement air, cheerful and stupid, as if laundry was still the problem. Russell texted a second time. "I can stop by now if you're home." Maya held out her hand. "Give me the phone." "No, then text him." I looked at the screwdriver in her other hand, the bright screws lined up in the plywood, the chalk dust on my fingertip. The smart choice was to step back, call the previous owner, call an exterminator, maybe call the city if there was some unpermitted room. The smart choice was boring and slow and involved daylight and other people's schedules. The other choice was already in the room with us, humming under the bulb. I opened Russell's message and typed, "Yeah, basement. Bring a drill if you've got one." I didn't hit send right away. Maya watched me, waiting. Behind the plywood, something shifted again, soft and deliberate, and a strip of paper slid halfway under the gap until its edge touched the chalk line. On the visible corner, in black marker, was the end of a word. IEL. My thumb hovered over send. The house clicked overhead, and for one more second, neither of us moved. I hit send. The message left my phone with that tiny whoosh sound, much too casual for the way Maya and I were standing in my basement, staring at the strip of paper under a wall that shouldn't have had a door behind it. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the dryer beeped again. Maya flinched. Not much. Just her eyelids tightening and her fingers closing harder around the screwdriver. That bothered me more than if she'd jumped. Maya did not waste movement when she was scared. She got still. She became efficient. "Don't touch the paper," she said. "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it. That's not legally the same thing." "Daniel." Her voice had lost the teasing edge. I backed away from the gap and held up both hands. The paper rested there with its torn end kissing the chalk line, as if it had been placed carefully. The visible letters, IEL, were written in black marker, thick and uneven, the ink feathered into the paper fibers. It looked like a piece torn from a grocery bag or packing paper. Not old, not yellowed, dry, even though the basement air always had that faint wet bite to it. Maya crouched without touching it. Could be from anything. "You mean anything named Daniel?" "I mean we don't know what came before those letters." "Gabber, don't do that." "What?" "Start building the scariest version first." That was fair. It was also exactly what she was doing behind her eyes. A car door thumped outside, muffled by rain. Then another. Footsteps came up the driveway, quick and heavy, splashing through the shallow puddle by my side gate. A moment later, Russell knocked on the back door instead of the front, because he had already learned the geography of my little disasters. "Basement," he called through the mudroom. "Yeah," I called back. Russell Pike came down carrying a cordless drill in one hand and a canvas tool bag in the other, rain stippling the shoulders of his gray hoodie. He paused on the 3rd step from the bottom and looked at us, then at the plywood, then at the paper on the floor. Russell was 36 male, and he had the steady, slightly amused face of a man who had seen homeowners do incredible things with extension cords and confidence. He lived 2 houses down with an elderly pit bull named June, and seemed to own every tool I'd ever heard of plus several I had not. In another situation, he would have made the basement feel safer just by standing in it. Instead, he said, "Okay, that's a weird vibe." Maya gave him a short nod. "There's a door behind the panel." Russell looked at me. "You knew about that?" "No, previous owner," said storage. Russell set the drill on the workbench and pulled a small flashlight from his bag. He didn't rush toward the wall. He first looked up at the exposed wiring, then at the breaker panel, then at the washer and dryer. Practical, methodical. "The lights flickered hard enough I noticed from outside," he said. "That happened a lot, first time like that. Dryer tripped." "Yeah." He made a quiet noise in his throat. Not alarmed, not reassured. "Before we start unscrewing anything, I want to see if there's wiring running through that partition." Maya stepped back to give him room. Good. I hated how relieved I felt that someone else had a reason to slow this down. It made me aware of how close I'd been to prying at the plywood just because the thing behind it had my attention. That was another version of my flaw. I ignored a problem until I couldn't, then wanted to solve it all at once with the wrong tool. Russell crouched near the seam and shone his light through the crack. His expression changed in a small way. "Yeah," he said, "that is a door." "Can you see the writing?" I asked. "Not enough." He leaned lower, peered under the gap. then pulled back without touching the paper. And that's fresh. The paper, the draft. What draft? He pointed his flashlight at the gap along the bottom of the plywood. A thin line of dust moved. I hadn't noticed it before because the basement had too many small movements. Dryer lint, bulb flicker, rain tapping the high windows. But now I saw it. The paper quivered slightly, not because something was pushing it. Air was moving out from behind the partition. Russell stood and aimed his beam up toward the joists. You got a vent in there? I don't know. That's not a great answer. I bought the house less than a month ago. Still not great. Maya was staring at the dryer. Daniel, did you smell that before? I breathed in. At first, it was just the same basement smell, concrete, soap, old heat. Then I caught it under the detergent. Gas. Not strong. Not the rotten egg punch people think of from safety brochures. More like a sour chemical thread that appeared and disappeared when I turned my head. I looked at the boiler. Its pilot window showed a small blue flame trembling behind dusty glass. Russell's face hardened. Everybody upstairs. What? I said. Upstairs. Now. Maya was already moving. Daniel, is it gas? Maybe, Russell said. Could be sewer gas. Could be combustion exhaust. Could be nothing. We don't guess in basements. That last sentence did it. Not the smell. Not the hidden door. Authority in his voice. We went up the stairs. Russell followed last, flicking off the basement lights before closing the door at the top. The kitchen felt too bright and ordinary with its dirty mug, my laptop open on the table, a butter knife in the sink. Rain tapped the window over the faucet. My house looked like a house again, which somehow made it worse. Russell set his tool bag down by the back door. Don't turn anything on or off. No switches. No dryer. Don't use the stove. Maya pulled her phone out. Calling the gas company. Yeah, Russell said. Emergency line. And open windows. We're opening windows if there's gas, I asked. Yes, he said, carefully. No fans. The next 5 minutes became stupid and frantic in the way real emergencies are not cinematic. Just people bumping into chairs, getting annoyed, repeating themselves. Maya opened the kitchen window and the living room window. I opened the front door, then remembered the cat I did not own and almost laughed because my brain had gone searching for an easier problem. Russell called the gas company and gave my address in a calm voice that made me feel like a child. Then he looked at me and said, "You need to call the fire department too." I don't think, Daniel, Maya snapped. The word struck harder because she didn't raise her volume much. I called 911. My hands shook while I gave the dispatcher my address. I said possible gas smell, basement, old boiler, hidden room, and heard myself getting less believable with every noun. The dispatcher did not react like I was ridiculous. She asked if everyone was out of the house. I said we were in the kitchen with the doors open. She told us to leave the building. Now, I asked, and both Maya and Russell looked at me like I just tried to pet a moving saw blade. Yes, sir, the dispatcher said. Everyone outside. We went out to the front porch in the rain. My house sat between two similar houses with wet shrubs, sagging gutters, and recycling bins at the curb. The normalcy of the street was almost aggressive. A mail truck moved slowly at the far end. Someone's wind chimes made a thin, glassy clatter. Water ran along the edge of the road, carrying maple seeds and cigarette butts toward the storm drain. Maya stood beside me with her arms folded under her rain jacket. Russell stayed near the steps, scanning the house the way people in trades do, reading vents, meters, wires, things I only noticed when they failed. I said, maybe we overreacted. Maya turned her head. I work in an ER. I have seen what underreacting looks like. I just mean, I know what you mean. Her tone was flat, but not unkind. That was worse. She knew exactly where it came from. After our mother died, I had become very good at saying things were fine. Fine bills. Fine funeral planning. Fine Dad leaving half his grief in unopened mail and the other half in bottles under the sink. Maya handled emergencies by moving through them. I handled them by shrinking the emergency until it could fit into a drawer. Then, when the drawer broke, I acted surprised. The sirens came without drama at first, just a faint, rising note swallowed by rain. Then, a fire engine turned onto the street, red lights washing over wet pavement and the front of my house. A neighbor across the road stepped onto her porch in slippers. Another curtain moved. A firefighter got out first, then two more. The lead introduced herself as Lieutenant Erin Walsh, 42, female, with Worcester fire. She was compact, sharp-eyed, and wore her helmet low enough that rain dripped from the brim when she looked at me. With her was firefighter Louis Ortega, 29, male, tall and quiet, carrying a gas meter, and firefighter Ben Callahan, 38, male, broad-faced and red-cheeked, who moved toward the side yard to check the exterior meter. Lieutenant Walsh asked clean questions. Where did we smell it? Any appliances in the basement? Anyone dizzy? Any open flame? Did we touch the panel? Did we move the paper? At the paper, her eyes paused. Paper, she asked. There's a hidden door, I said, and hated how it sounded. Russell stepped in, thankfully. Partition in the basement, door behind it, fresh screws, air movement from behind the partition, slight odor near the boiler area, dryer breaker tripped. Walsh looked from him to me. You're an electrician, licensed. I live down the street. Good. You stay out here unless we ask you. Yes, ma'am. That almost made me smile. Almost. The firefighters went in wearing masks clipped ready, but not over their faces, carrying meters and radios. The front door stayed open behind them. Rain blew in across the threshold. I watched water darken the rug I had bought 2 weeks ago and thought, absurdly, that it was going to warp the floor. Maya stood close enough that her sleeve brushed mine. You okay? No. Good. Honest answer. From inside came the muffled sound of boots. A radio crackled. The house swallowed their voices and gave back fragments. Basement door. Meter on. Watch the steps. Then nothing for nearly a minute. I kept seeing the black letters on the paper. IEL. The curve of the D on the hidden door. I kept telling myself there were common names that ended that way. Nathaniel, Ezekiel, Muriel. Maybe the paper had nothing to do with me. Maybe I had walked into a house full of someone else's leftover labels and construction trash, and my anxious little brain had arranged them into a message because it was tired and undercaffeinated. Lieutenant Walsh came back to the porch sooner than I expected. Who's Daniel? She asked. The rain seemed to get louder. Maya looked at me. "I am," I said. Walsh held something in one gloved hand. The strip of paper was inside a clear evidence bag from her kit, though I didn't know firefighters carried things like that until that moment. Maybe it was just a plastic bag. Maybe my brain made it official because I wanted someone official involved. She turned the bag so I could see. The torn paper had more than IEL. Under it, in the same marker, the full word had been folded back on itself. Daniel. Below my name was a number. Nothing else. My first thought was disappointingly practical. That is not my handwriting. My second thought was worse. Somebody wrote that recently. Walsh watched my face carefully. "This mean anything to you?" "No." 47. "No." "Previous owner, contractor, storage label?" "No." Russell shifted on the step. "Lieutenant readings." "Low-level natural gas near the boiler," Walsh said. "Not explosive range right now, but enough that I want the gas company here before anyone opens anything. There's also an elevated carbon monoxide reading behind that partition." Maya's posture changed. "How elevated?" "Enough that nobody goes back down without gear." "What could cause that behind a wall?" I asked. Walsh looked toward the open door. "Blocked flue, bad venting, old appliance, something tied into the chimney wrong. Lots of possibilities. Could an animal be in there? Maybe. Could a person? Nobody answered immediately. That silence was not empty. It was full of rain radios, the chimes next door, the far-off brake squeal of the mail truck. Walsh's face stayed professional. "Is there any reason to believe someone could access that space from outside?" she asked. "I don't know. Coal chute," Russell said. "Old one on the back side. Looked sealed from outside last time I noticed." Walsh nodded to Callahan, who was coming back around the side yard. He said, "Gas meters accessible. Coal chute's got a newer plate over it. Bolted." "Newer?" I asked. Callahan looked at Walsh before answering. "Newer than the foundation." My throat tightened. Walsh turned back to me. "Mr. Mercer, the time-sensitive issue is this. Gas company needs to shut service and inspect. We need to ventilate safely. If there is an animal, or less likely, a person in that enclosed space, elevated co makes it dangerous to wait too long. But opening that partition without knowing what's behind it could expose wiring, gas, structural hazards, or evidence of a crime. So we're going to slow this down and do it correctly." "Evidence of a crime," Maya said. "I'm not saying there is one. I'm saying we don't destroy things blindly." For once, I had no urge to argue. Then Russell's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, frowned, and answered. "Hey, Mrs. Donnelly," he listened. His expression changed. Mrs. Donnelly, 78, female, was the neighbor directly between Russell's house and mine. I had spoken to her twice over the hedge. She wore purple gardening gloves no matter the weather, and had a memory for trash pickup schedules that bordered on supernatural, though everything else about her was firmly human and slightly nosy. Russell said, "When? Right now?" He looked at my house. "You sure it's his back gate?" My stomach tightened. He lowered the phone and covered it with his palm. "She says a guy was in your backyard about 15 minutes ago." "What guy?" I asked. "Dark jacket, baseball cap." She thought he was with me because he came from my side of the fence line. "Says he was at your bulkhead doors." "I don't have bulkhead doors." Russell's face went still. The firefighters heard that, all of them. You don't have exterior basement doors, Walsh asked. No, just the coal chute thing. There's no bulkhead. Russell was still listening. Then he said into the phone, stay inside. Lock your doors. Yeah, police are probably coming. Maya whispered, probably. Walsh had already keyed her radio. Everything moved faster after that. The gas company truck arrived at the curb, white with blue lettering, amber light rotating in the drizzle. A technician got out, a thin man in a hard hat who went straight to the exterior meter with Callahan. Walsh requested police for a possible trespass and suspicious concealed basement space. Russell called Mrs. Donnelly back and put her on speaker long enough for Walsh to ask questions. Mrs. Donnelly's voice came through tinny and breathless. She had seen the man near my back fence, bending by the foundation. She thought he carried a tool bag or a dark backpack. She did not see his face. She did see him leave through the narrow strip between our houses after the fire engine turned onto the street. Did he go into the house? Walsh asked. I don't think so, dear. But I wasn't watching the whole time. I had soup on, soup. Of course there was soup. The detail landed with such ordinary weight that I almost couldn't stand it. The gas technician shut off service at the meter. He and Walsh conferred in low voices. Russell stood with his drill untouched at his feet. Maya kept looking from me to the backyard gate, then back to the house. This is connected, I said. Maya didn't tell me not to build the scary version this time. Walsh returned to us. Police are on the way. Gas is shut off. We're still getting behind the partition, and the readings aren't dropping as fast as I'd like with the service off. That suggests there may be limited ventilation in that space, or another source. Another source like what? I asked. Could be a small engine, generator, heater. Something battery-powered overheating. Could be residual. I don't want to speculate. A generator, Maya said. Behind a wall, Walsh's eyes flicked to the front door. People do strange things in houses. The drizzle had become steadier, running off the porch roof in separate ropes. My socks were damp inside my shoes. My laptop was still open on the kitchen table. Somewhere in my basement, behind a plywood wall with new screws, was a locked door with my name on something, and a number I didn't understand. The choice from a few minutes ago, send the text or don't, now looked childish. The real choice had arrived without asking. Walsh said, we need to check the rear foundation before we open anything inside. If someone was at your back wall, and if there's another access point you don't know about, we need to know that now. I'll show you, I said. Maya grabbed my sleeve. No, it's my house. That is not a safety qualification. Walsh cut in. You can show us from outside only. You do not enter the basement. You do not touch anything. If I tell you to step back, you step back. I nodded too quickly. Russell said, I know the side path. I'll go. Walsh pointed at him. You stay with Ortega. Mr. Mercer stays with me. Maya looked furious. Not at Walsh. At me. Daniel, she said quietly. You don't have to prove you can handle this by walking toward it. That hit the private place she knew about. The place where I still believed every problem became my fault if I needed help solving it. I'm not proving anything, I said. But even I could hear the lie. We moved off the porch into the rain. Walsh first, then me, Russell, and Ortega behind us. Maya came too, despite Walsh's look, and nobody had time to argue because from the backyard came a sharp metallic bang. Not loud like a gunshot, loud like a bolted plate snapping loose from old concrete. Everyone stopped. Another bang followed, then a scraping sound, heavier than the one from the basement, coming from behind the house. Walsh raised one hand, ordering us still. Russell whispered, "Coal chute." From inside my house, faint but unmistakable, something began beeping in the basement. Fast, steady, an alarm. Walsh turned toward Ortega. Masks. Now. Then she looked at me, rain running down her face, and said, "Back to the street." But behind the house, below the kitchen window, something metal dragged open. The sound crawled across the wet yard and under my skin. Maya's hand closed around my wrist. For 1 second, none of us moved. Then a voice came from somewhere beneath the back wall of my house. A man's voice, muffled by concrete and rain. "Daniel." Lieutenant Walsh shoved me back so hard I nearly slipped on the wet grass. Not violently, professionally. One palm against my chest, firm enough to move me, controlled enough not to send me down. "Street," she said. The voice came again from beneath the back wall. "Daniel, listen." Then a cough swallowed the rest. It wasn't the theatrical kind of cough people make when they want attention. It was wet and ugly, a body rejecting air that had turned bad. It scraped through the rain and the open metal plate at the foundation. And for 1 stupid second, I thought of the dryer downstairs, the way my sheets had slapped wetly against the drum. Maya yanked my sleeve. "Move." The backyard of my house was long and narrow, sloping slightly toward a chain-link fence at the rear. The driveway ran along the left side of the house from the street to a detached one-car garage with peeling blue doors. On the right side was a thin strip of mud and crushed leaves between my house and Mrs. Donnelly's hedge. The coal chute sat low on the back foundation beneath the kitchen window, half hidden behind dead hostas and a leaning plastic rain barrel I had been meaning to empty. The plate over it, which I'd assumed was permanent, now hung crooked on one bolt. The man was below that, inside the foundation, inside my house, or under it, or behind the hidden wall. Every option felt wrong. Firefighter Ortega had his mask up now, tank on his back, moving toward the chute with a gas meter in his gloved hand. Callahan came around from the meter side with a pry bar. Russell backed away, but kept his eyes on the opening like he was trying to solve it by sight alone. The basement alarm kept beeping. Not a smoke alarm, not the co-alarm upstairs. This was sharper, smaller, electronic. A cheap alarm buried under walls and rain. Walsh raised her radio. Possible occupant in confined basement void, rear foundation access. Co-present. Need police expedited and EMS staging. Maya stood beside me in the yard, rain soaking into her scrubs where her jacket didn't cover. Her hand was still around my wrist. "You heard him," I said. "Yes, he knows my name." "Yes." The way she answered told me she was saving her fear for when it would be useful. Ortega knelt by the coal chute, careful not to put his face in front of the opening. "Can you hear me?" he called. "Worcester fire." If you can move toward my voice, do that slowly. From inside came dragging, then a thump, then another cough. Door, the man rasped. Walsh leaned in from a safer angle. What door? A pause. Locked, he locked it. Maya's fingers tightened around my wrist. Walsh looked back at me. Who is he? I don't know. The truthful answer came out too small. Callahan worked the pry bar under the hanging plate, trying to remove it without sending sparks against stone or metal. Russell moved closer, saw Walsh's look, and stopped. Bolts are new, he said. Noted, Walsh said. No, I mean they're not just new. They're the wrong kind for masonry. Someone did it fast. The first attempt was the chute. It seemed simple from outside. Remove the plate. Pull the man out. Let EMS handle him. Let police handle whoever he was. Let my house become a police report and an insurance claim, which suddenly sounded beautiful compared to the alternative. Callahan got the plate loose with a squeal that made everyone flinch. It swung down and hit the wet grass. Behind it was an old coal chute, rectangular, maybe 18 inches high and 2 feet wide, slanting down through the foundation at an angle. Rust lined the metal throat. Bits of concrete and black grit clung to the lower lip. The smell that came out was not just damp basement now. It had the stale, chemical heaviness of bad air trapped with hot metal. Ortega's meter chirped. Co is high at the opening, he said. Oxygen low. Walsh swore once, very softly. The dragging inside stopped. Sir, Ortega called. Stay with me. What's your name? A long delay. Nick, not Frank, not some contractor whose name I knew, not a neighbor. Nick, are you alone? Walsh called. A cough, a scrape. No. All the rain seemed to narrow to that one word. Maya said, no. Walsh cut a sharp glance at her, then returned to the chute. How many people are inside? No answer. Ortega tried to angle his flashlight down the chute. The beam caught wet metal, dust, and then a surface beyond, close enough to block most of the passage. Obstruction, he said. Wood or paneling. Chute doesn't open clean into the room. Callahan leaned in with the pry bar, but stopped when the meter screamed faster. Back, Walsh ordered. They backed. The first attempt had failed before it became one. The outside access was partially blocked from inside, and the air coming out of it was bad enough that nobody could stick a head through without risking collapse. They could not simply reach in and pull Nick out. He was somewhere beyond the chute, behind a barrier, in a low air pocket connected to my basement in a way nobody understood. But it revealed something. The hidden space was not sealed. Someone had used or tried to use the coal chute recently. Someone had bolted it from the outside with cheap new hardware, and at least one person was trapped in there. Walsh turned to me. Inside layout. Now, draw it. Russell pulled a carpenter's pencil from his bag and handed it over. I used the back of a soaked envelope from my mailbox, pressing it flat against the hood of the gas company truck. My hand shook so badly the lines looked drunk. Kitchen here, I said. Basement stairs under this wall. Washer and dryer at the bottom. Boiler to the right. Partition at the far back, running left to right. Hidden door behind it, set back maybe 2 feet. Coal chute here, under the kitchen window, outside back wall. Russell leaned over my shoulder. The partition cuts off the rear third of the basement. If the chute comes in low, It probably dumps into that void behind the plywood. Door behind the partition opens into that void, Walsh asked. Maybe, I said. Or the door is the entry from the main basement into the void, Russell said. Somebody built plywood in front of it to hide the door. Maya looked toward the house. Then, if Nick is behind the plywood, you can reach him from the basement. With Walsh said. An unknown obstruction, unknown person, possible gas, possible electrical. The second attempt was inside, not by us, by the firefighters. Walsh had the gas technician confirm service was shut off and had the main electrical breaker killed too, which took the house from ordinary to abandoned in one motion. The kitchen lights went dark behind the rain-streaked windows. The refrigerator stopped humming. My laptop screen became the only bright rectangle inside until it dimmed and went black. I felt a childish panic at that. Power gone. House open. Rain coming in. People in masks entering my home like it had become hostile territory. Ortega and Callahan went through the front door with air tanks, meters, radios, and a thermal camera. Walsh stayed just inside the threshold where she could coordinate 1 foot in the house, 1 foot on the porch. Russell was told to wait on the walkway. Maya and I were pushed to the curb near the fire engine. That distance felt absurd. The basement door was maybe 30 feet from me through the house, down the stairs, around the dryer, past the breaker panel. I could map it in my head. I could see every step. The buzzing bulb would be off now. The basement would be dark, except for their flashlights. The plywood partition would be waiting at the back, screws shining when the beams hit them. Their voices came through Walsh's radio. Entering basement. Watch the 3rd stair. Meter rising halfway down. Copy. Keep it brief. Maya pressed 2 fingers to the bridge of her nose. I should be in there. No, you shouldn't. I know. You're doing that thing where you want to fix the body part you can see. She lowered her hand. And you're doing that thing where you think standing closer counts as helping. We both shut up after that because we were both right. A minute passed, then another. The rain had soaked the shoulders of Russell's hoodie dark. He stood on the walkway with his drill bag still in one hand, useless for once. Mrs. Donnelly watched from behind her storm door across the hedge, one hand pressed to her chest. The gas company tech stood by his truck, making notes on a clipboard under a plastic sleeve. The radio crackled. Partition located. Audible alarm behind wall. Door visible through seam. Affirmative. White door behind plywood. Marking visible. My stomach folded in on itself. Walsh keyed her radio. Repeat marking. A burst of static. Then Callahan. Looks like name on door. Daniel Mercer. Maya turned to me slowly. I could not speak. The paper had been one thing. A torn strip. Maybe planted. Maybe coincidence arranged by panic. But my full name on a locked door behind a hidden wall in my own basement was too specific to fold into any normal explanation. The radio continued. Also numbers. 47, same as paper. Russell said quietly, Jesus. Walsh heard him and said, back up, Mr. Pike. Inside, Ortega spoke again. Attempting visual under plywood. Obstruction behind chute. Looks like cabinet or shelving tipped over. Then a loud crack came from inside the house. Not the radio, not thunder, wood. The kind of sound a screw makes when it gives way under pressure. Walsh stiffened. Report, static. Then Callahan, breathing hard. Panel shifted. We did not touch it. Repeat, panel shifted inward. Ortega, co-rising. Alarm behind wall still active. Callahan, I hear movement. Maya whispered, Nick. No one answered her. Then from inside the house came a scream. It was short, cut off, and not human enough for the first half-second my brain refused to place it. Maya grabbed my arm. I jerked toward the porch. Walsh snapped one hand out like she could stop all of us at once. Hold position. Another scream came, thinner. Then a raccoon burst out of the open front door. It shot between Walsh's legs, across the porch, down the steps, and straight into the hedge, wet fur bristling. Mask-like face flashing once in the red emergency lights. Mrs. Donnelly screamed from behind her door. Russell said, "Oh," for Maya bent forward, one hand on her knee, laughing once without humor because her body needed somewhere to put the adrenaline. The radio crackled. Callahan, embarrassed and breathless. Animal. Raccoon. Came from storage boxes, not the void. There was the misdirection. For 5 seconds, it had felt like the hidden space had released something impossible. In reality, a terrified animal had probably been living in my unpacked basement boxes, driven out by boots and flashlights and alarms. Plausible, stupid, almost funny. Almost. Then Ortega said, "We found blood." No one laughed after that. Walsh's face went flat. Location, on concrete near base of partition. Smear leading toward gap. Not much. Fresh looking. Maya closed her eyes briefly. The second attempt did not fully fail until they tried to remove the nearest plywood panel from inside. Russell, from the walkway, called out, "Lieutenant, there may be live low voltage lines even with main power off. Alarm system or battery backup. If they screwed into conduit," Walsh pointed at him. "Stay there." But she listened. She relayed caution inside. Ortega and Callahan located the new screws. The plan was to remove one panel, ventilate the void with controlled airflow, assess the person inside, then decide whether to cut the door or widen access. Slow, correct, the sort of plan that sounded safe until a house reminded you it did not care about plans. The first 2 screws came out. The third spun without backing out. The fourth was stripped. The fifth produced a snapping sound. Then the alarm behind the wall changed pitch. Faster, higher. Callahan came over the radio. "We've got a wire." Walsh said, "Stop. Wire tied to panel. Looks like contact alarm or trip line. Battery unit may be behind panel. Do not pull it. We already moved it 1/2 inch. A pause. Then Nick screamed from behind the wall. This time it was a word. "Don't." The alarm became frantic, a bright electronic chirping that cut through the dead power and the rain and the idling engine. Then another voice sounded from behind the wall. Not Nick. Lower. Closer to the basement. "Daniel," it said. The radio picked up part of it, distorted but clear enough that everyone on the lawn heard. Maya's hand found mine. Walsh spoke into her radio. "Exit the basement." Callahan answered immediately. "Victim is calling out. Exit now. Lieutenant, there's someone else. Exit now." They came out fast but controlled, masks on, shoulders tight. Ortega emerged first, then Callahan, both wet with sweat under their gear despite the cold rain. Callahan had a smear of something dark on one glove, blood or old grease. I stared at it until he noticed and turned his hand away. Walsh met them on the porch. Report. Plywood panel wired to a battery contact alarm, Ortega said, pulling his mask aside. His face was flushed, eyes sharp. Not sophisticated, hardware store stuff, but it triggered something louder behind the door. Climbed when panel shifted. Void is holding bad air. Thermal camera shows 2 heat signatures behind partition or door area. One low near chute. One upright or partially upright near interior door. 2 people. Nick had said he wasn't alone. My knees felt loose. Maya spoke before I could. Can they survive in there? Ortega looked at Walsh, not at her. Walsh said, not indefinitely. The trap tightened then, not with a monster, not with anything supernatural, but with procedures and physics, and the awful weight of doing things in order. Gas off, power off, coast still high. Unknown wiring. Possible victim. Possible suspect. Police not yet on scene. 2 people behind a concealed barrier, one possibly injured, one possibly mobile, both breathing air that could kill them. I said, we have to open it. Walsh turned on me. You are not opening anything. You said not indefinitely. I said that because it's true. I didn't say panic would help. He knows my name. I know. My full name is on the door. I know. No, you don't. You don't know what that feels like. Maya stepped between us slightly. Daniel. I felt my face heat. My soaked shirt clung to my back. My wrist still ached from when I'd caught myself on the basement floor earlier. And now I noticed my palm had a shallow scrape packed with gray dust. The pain was small but grounding. Real. Mine. Walsh's expression softened by maybe 1 degree. Mr. Mercer, I need you alive and out of the way. That should have ended it. It didn't. Because at that moment, a police cruiser turned onto the street, lights flashing blue against the wet houses, and from the backyard came another metallic scrape. Then a thud. Then the basement alarm stopped. The sudden quiet was worse than the noise. Callahan said, "That's bad." Russell was already looking toward the side path. If the alarm stopped, battery got cut or smashed. Walsh's radio crackled with a burst of static. Then a voice none of us recognized bled through faintly. Not from dispatch. Not from any firefighter outside. It came from the open front door, from inside my dark house. 47 minutes, the voice said. Maya went still. The gas company tech lowered his clipboard. The police officer getting out of the cruiser paused with one hand on the car door. Walsh looked at Ortega. Was your radio transmitting? No, Russell whispered, baby monitor. Everyone looked at him. He pointed toward the house. Or cheap intercom. Could be what the alarm is wired to. Low voltage. Battery powered. Realistic. Explainable. That almost made it worse. Someone had wired my basement to talk. The voice came again, thin and staticky through whatever speaker was hidden inside. Daniel, you have 47 minutes to open your door, not the door, your door. Maya said, no, absolutely not. Walsh raised her radio. Police on scene, possible active threat. We need containment and EMS now. But containment takes time. Police ask questions. firefighters assess, gas meters measure. Every system moves with rules because rules keep people alive. And behind my house, at the coal chute, something shifted hard enough to make the foundation plate drop flat into the mud. From inside the opening, Nick coughed once. Then he said, very clearly, "He's blocking the vent." Ortega grabbed his meter and ran toward the backyard despite Walsh shouting his name. Callahan followed. Walsh cursed and moved after them. The police officer drew his weapon, but kept it low, confused about where the threat actually was, which was fair because so was I. Maya grabbed my arm. "Stay here." But I saw something through the open front door. The basement door, the one between the kitchen and mudroom, was no longer closed. It was open halfway. No firefighter had left it that way. I was sure of that because Walsh had been controlling access, because the house had no power, because there was no wind strong enough inside to pull that heavy painted door open. From the darkness beyond, it came a small glow. Blue-white, phone light. Someone was in my kitchen, or someone had come up from my basement. I said, "Maya." She followed my eyes. The glow moved once, low near the floor, then vanished. The point of no return did not arrive as a decision. It arrived as three things happening at once. Ortega shouted from the backyard, "Lieutenant, we need tools here now. Air is dropping." The speaker inside my house crackled and began playing a recording of my own voice saying, "Yeah, basement. Bring a drill if you've got one." My text to Russell. And from the open basement doorway in the dark center of my powerless house, someone whispered, close enough for the kitchen to carry it out to the porch, "Daniel, come down." Maya did not let go of me. This time, I pulled free. I got 3 steps toward the porch before Maya caught me again. Not by the sleeve this time. She grabbed the back of my belt and hauled me sideways with the kind of strength you only get from years of moving half-conscious adults from wheelchairs to beds. My shoes skidded on the wet walkway. I hit the porch railing with my hip hard enough to make pain flash white behind my eyes. "Stop," she said. Inside the house, the whisper came again from the dark kitchen. "Daniel." It sounded close, too close. But then the speaker crackled, and I heard the tiny plastic rattle of cheap electronics distorting breath. A recording, or someone using a microphone. The difference mattered less than I wanted it to. Lieutenant Walsh came running back from the side yard, mask hanging loose, rain on her face. "Nobody goes in." "He's in my house," I said. "We don't know that. The basement door is open. And if that's bait, you're doing exactly what he wants." Behind her, Ortega shouted from the backyard, "We need access." Chute obstructions wedged tight. Nick coughed again from below the foundation. It was weaker now. Maya's fingers dug into my arm. "Daniel, listen to them." But I wasn't listening well anymore. My world had narrowed to the open front door, the black rectangle of the kitchen beyond it, the half-open basement door, and the tiny possibility that someone was dying in a walled-off space because a message had my name on it. The police officer, Officer Claire Dunn, 31, female, moved to the porch with her weapon low and her flashlight high, eyes hard but not reckless. Back from the doorway, she told us, "All of you." Russell stepped beside her, hands visible, voice careful. "Officer, If that's an intercom, killing the battery might stop him from manipulating people. Do you know where it is? No, but the alarm wire was on the panel. Battery unit might be mounted behind the plywood. Walsh shook her head. We can't get to it without opening the panel. Then don't go through the panel, Russell said. Everyone looked at him. He pointed toward the side yard. Old houses like this sometimes have a cleanout or abandoned vent line near the boiler. If somebody blocked airflow to the void, it may be accessible near the chimney base. Not enough to pull anyone out, but enough to get air in. Walsh hesitated for half a beat, then made the decision. Show Ortega. Now, Russell moved. I moved too. Maya said, Daniel. I'm not going in, I said. That was true for about 12 seconds. The side yard was mud over packed clay, narrow enough that my shoulder brushed my wet siding, while Mrs. Donnelly's hedge clawed at my other arm. Russell, Walsh, Ortega, and I moved single file toward the back foundation. Maya came after us despite being told twice to stay by the cruiser. Officer Dunn stayed at the porch, watching the front and kitchen doorway. The house looked different from the side. Less like mine, more like a structure with secrets arranged in layers. Siding, foundation, chimney, basement wall, partition, door. Rain ran down the old brick chimney in dark vertical streaks. Near its base, partly hidden behind a rusted metal trash can Frank had left, was a round plate about the size of a dinner dish. Russell crouched. There. The plate had been painted foundation gray, but fresh scratches cut across the screws. Someone had opened it recently. Walsh barked, meter. Ortega checked it, then nodded. Outside air is fine here. Callahan came from the coal chute with a Halligan bar, breathing hard. Victims barely responding. The speaker inside the house crackled again, louder through the open windows now. 39 minutes. Then my own voice again, tinny and awful. Bring a drill if you've got one. Russell's jaw tightened. He recorded from the basement. Maybe through the floor. Maybe a baby monitor under the kitchen table. I remembered the scrape under the plywood, the strip of paper, my laptop open, my phone in my hand. I remembered speaking aloud downstairs before Maya arrived. Somebody had been listening before I even knew there was a room. Walsh pointed to the round plate. Can you open it without sparks? Russell nodded. Manual screwdriver. His hands shook once before he steadied them. That frightened me. Russell had been steady all day. He worked the first screw, then the second. Each turn was slow. Metal complained softly. Rain ticked against the trash can lid beside him. Inside the wall, something thumped. Not from the chute, from the basement side. Officer Dunn shouted from the porch. Movement inside. Walsh raised her radio. Hold your position. Do not enter alone. Then the kitchen window above us lit blue-white for half a second. A phone screen. Someone passed behind the glass. Maya whispered, "Oh my God." Callahan started toward the back steps, but Walsh stopped him. No, our priority is air. The last screw came free. Russell pulled the clean-out plate away. A rotten gust pushed out, warm and sour. Ortega's meter chirped sharply. Co-present, but this is connected, he said. There's airflow. What's inside? Walsh asked. Russell shone his flashlight into the circular opening. Old flue passage, partially blocked with insulation. Can you clear it? With what? I looked around. Trash can, dead hostas, rain barrel, my useless hands. Then I remembered Frank's workbench. "The dryer vent brush," I said. Russell looked at me. "There's one in the basement." On the pegboard, long, flexible brush. I saw it. "No one's going in," Maya said immediately. But Walsh's eyes had sharpened. "Where exactly?" "Workbench wall, right of the stairs, hanging under the level." Callahan said. "I saw it. I can get it with gear." Walsh nodded. "Fast," he went. Those minutes stretched. The speaker kept counting down, not every minute, but irregularly, which was worse because we never knew when it would speak. 37. Then nothing. Then, "Daniel, open your door." Nick made no sound. Callahan returned with the dryer vent brush, a coil of flexible metal with a bristled end. He handed it to Russell, who fed it through the cleanout hole. The brush scraped brick, hit something soft. Russell twisted. A clump of gray insulation slid out, wet with condensation and streaked black. Then another. The smell worsened. Ortega watched his meter. "Keep going." Russell shoved deeper, his forearms strained. The brush jammed. "Something S tied across it," he said. "Tied?" Walsh asked. "Plastic, maybe zip ties, holding the insulation bundle in place. Deliberate." That word sat in all our faces. From the house, a crash. Officer Dunn shouted, "Police, show me your hands." A shape moved behind the kitchen window. Walsh made a hard choice. I saw it happen. Air or threat. Victim or suspect. Basement or kitchen. "Callahan with me," she snapped. "Ortega, stay on ventilation." "Russell, keep clearing if you can." "Daniel, Maya, back." She and Callahan ran toward the rear door. Officer Dunn moved from the front porch toward the kitchen entry. For 1 second, nobody was looking directly at me. The cleanout brush jammed again. Russell cursed. Ortega's radio crackled. "Victim at chute, unresponsive. Need that air." I looked at the cleanout hole. It was low, close to the mud, and the old flue passage angled downward into the foundation. Russell couldn't get the right leverage because he was too broad-shouldered in the narrow side yard. I could. Maya saw the thought form in me. "No. I can reach. No, Nick is dying. You don't even know him." That was true. It also didn't matter. I dropped to my knees in the mud and grabbed the flexible rod below Russell's hands. "Daniel," Maya snapped. Russell didn't let go. "Don't be stupid." "Guide it," I said. Ortega hesitated, then shoved his flashlight into position. "Twist clockwise. Slow." I pushed my arm close to the cleanout, shoulder nearly against the foundation, rain running down my neck. The hole breathed warm poison across my face. Not enough to knock me out outside, but enough to make my eyes water and my throat tighten. The brush caught again. I twisted. Plastic stretched somewhere inside the wall. I twisted harder. Pain shot through my scraped wrist. The zip tie snapped. A wad of insulation and a crushed piece of cardboard blew out against my chest, followed by a sudden inhale from the house itself. Not supernatural, not alive, just pressure changing, trapped air finding somewhere to go. Ortega's meter tone changed. "Airflow improved," he said. "Co-dropping at chute, not safe, but dropping." From behind the house, Nick coughed. Then he sucked in a ragged breath so loud I heard it through rain. Maya crouched beside me and grabbed my shoulder, not tenderly. "Back, now." I tried to stand and couldn't for half a second. My knees had sunk into mud. My head swam. Maya hooked her arm under mine and hauled me up. The yard tilted, then was no victory, just a little more time. Inside the kitchen, a man yelled, "Not Nick." Walsh shouted, "Drop it," then a bang. Not a gun, wood against wood, a chair maybe. Officer Dunn yelled, "On the floor." Another crash. Russell looked toward the rear door. "He's in there." The central threat finally had a body. It came out through the mudroom door. A man in a dark rain jacket and baseball cap burst onto the small back landing, one arm up to shield his face, the other clutching something black and rectangular. He was middle-aged, maybe late 40s, white, soaked, with a narrow gray beard and the wild, focused expression of someone who had rehearsed this moment, but not the people in it. Callahan slammed into him from behind, but the man twisted, and both of them went down the steps into the mud. The black object skidded across the ground and hit my shoe. A phone. Its screen was open to a live camera feed. My basement. I saw the plywood partition from inside the main basement, tilted at an angle, the white door behind it, my name written across the upper panel in thick black letters. Daniel Mercer. Below it, smaller words I had not seen before. "Open IT yourself." The man lunged for the phone. I kicked it away without thinking. He looked at me then, really looked. "You weren't supposed to call them," he said. His voice matched the speaker. Maya moved in front of me. Officer Dunn came through the mudroom door, weapon trained. "Don't move." The man did move, not toward her, toward the chute. He scrambled across the mud on all fours, reaching for the coal opening like he meant to close it again, block it, undo the air we'd fought for. Callahan grabbed his ankle. The man kicked backward and caught him in the face. Callahan grunted and lost hold. Blood appeared at his nose immediately, bright against rainwater. Clipped seconds. The man reached the chute. Ortega dropped his meter and tackled him sideways. They hit the rain barrel. Plastic split. Cold water exploded over their legs. The man swung a small metal tool, a stubby pry bar or tire iron, and caught Ortega above the eyebrow. Ortega's head snapped back. He didn't drop, but he staggered. Maya ran to him. Of course she did. "Maya," I shouted. The man crawled again for the chute. I grabbed the only thing near me, the dryer vent brush. I drove the bristled end into the mud in front of his hand, not stabbing him, just blocking. He grabbed the flexible rod and yanked. It sliced across my palm where the earlier scrape was. Pain opened hot and immediate. He said, "It's not for you." "What?" I gasped. "The door. It's not for you." Then Russell hit him. Not a heroic punch. A tackle from the side, shoulder into ribs, both men sliding hard into the foundation. Russell's head struck the siding with a hollow crack. He dropped to one knee, dazed. The man rolled, but Officer Dunn was there. She planted a knee between his shoulder blades and cuffed one wrist while he screamed into the mud. "You don't know what's in there," he said. "You don't know what he did." Walsh came down the steps, breathing hard, and helped Dunn secure the second cuff. The man kept talking. 47 wasn't the number. It was the time. He lasted 47 minutes. He said Daniel. He said Daniel at the end. I stared at him. Maya looked up from pressing gauze to Ortega's eyebrow. "Who?" The man laughed once, and it broke into a sob. "Ask Frank Hollies, the retired school principal, the seller with careful manners. Good bones." Walsh leaned close. "Who is in the basement?" the man's face pressed sideways into mud. Rain ran off his cap brim. His voice dropped. "My brother." "Nick," Walsh said. He closed his eyes. "And the other heat signature?" she asked. He smiled without humor. "That's what's left of Frank's secret." The words landed badly, but there was no time to unpack them, because the house groaned, a real sound, structural, wood under strain. Callahan, holding his bleeding nose, looked toward the basement window. Panels going. From inside came a heavy crack, then another. The wired plywood partition, loosened by firefighters' pressure, and whoever had been moving behind it, began to collapse inward. Walsh shouted, "Everyone clear." But the collapse didn't clear the danger. It opened it. Air rushed through the chute and clean out. Bad air, better air, dust, insulation, old basement breath. The white door behind the partition slammed once from the other side, then again. Nick was alive enough to push, or someone was. Walsh made the final call. "We're opening it now. No more waiting for perfect safety. No more clean procedure." The suspect was cuffed. The vent was cleared. Co was dropping, but still dangerous. A man was trapped behind a door with my name on it. Ortega, bleeding but upright, refused to sit until Maya snapped. "You fall down, you become my patient and his problem," pointing at Walsh. That somehow worked. He moved back. Callahan and Walsh went in with masks. Russell tried to follow and nearly fell, still dazed from the siding hit. I should have stayed outside. I didn't. I went in behind Walsh before Maya could stop me, staying low, sleeve pressed over my mouth, though I knew that did almost nothing. The kitchen was dark and smelled like rain, mud, and something electrical burned out. A chair lay on its side. A baby monitor receiver sat on the counter, cracked open, wires trailing to a battery pack. My laptop had been moved. On the table was a small black device clipped underneath, a microphone. He had been listening from the start. Down the basement stairs, the air turned foul again. My eyes watered. The beam from Walsh's flashlight cut through dust. The plywood partition had partly peeled away, hanging from wires and stripped screws. The white door stood behind it, set into an old framed opening. My name covered it, Daniel Mercer. "Open IT yourself." And beneath that, in smaller writing, "Make HIM see it." Callahan swung the Halligan into the lock. Once, twice. The third hit cracked the frame. My head pounded. My lungs pulled shallow. Behind me, Maya's voice shouted from upstairs, furious and scared, but I couldn't make out the words. The door gave. It opened inward 6 inches, stopped by something on the floor, then shoved wider. Nick fell through. He was maybe 40, male, thin, soaked in sweat, wrists raw from zip ties he had partly worked loose, face gray around the mouth. Callahan caught him under the arms and dragged him into the main basement. Walsh pulled him clear. Behind him was the hidden room. Not a torture chamber, not a movie set. A cramped storage room with concrete walls, old shelves, a tipped cabinet blocking the chute, bundles of insulation stuffed into vent openings, a battery lantern, a phone on a tripod, and a cheap speaker wired through the partition. There were water bottles, protein bar wrappers, a 5-gallon bucket, recent use, human planning, and against the far wall, under a plastic sheet weighed down with paint cans, was a long, low shape. I saw one shoe sticking out, old leather, not moving. Walsh shoved me back. Out this time I obeyed. Callahan dragged Nick up the stairs. Walsh followed. I made it halfway before my legs weakened. Maya came down 2 steps, grabbed me under the arm, and pulled. "You idiot," she said, but her voice cracked. Outside, EMS had arrived. Nick was placed on a stretcher, oxygen mask over his face. Ortega finally sat on the back step, while another medic cleaned the cut over his eye. Russell leaned against the siding with one hand pressed to the back of his head, looking sick. Officer Dunn read the cuffed man his rights while he stared at me. "His name was Daniel," he said. Nobody answered. "Not you," he said. "My brother, Daniel Voss. Frank locked him in there in 1998. 47 minutes after he called for help, he stopped answering." Maya stood beside me, one hand still on my arm like she expected me to vanish. The rain kept falling. Walsh came out last, mask off, face grim. She looked at Officer Dunn, then at me. "We'll need detectives," she said. I nodded, but the motion felt detached from my body. The immediate conflict was over. Nick was out. The man who had rigged the house was cuffed. The vent was open. The door had been forced. But the house behind me no longer felt like something I owned. It felt like something I had interrupted. And on the white door in my basement, under my name, the marker ink had begun to run in the damp air, sending thin black lines downward like the words were leaking. First hospital smell that hit me was coffee. Not antiseptic, not blood, coffee. Burnt coffee, specifically, from a vending machine in the UMass Memorial Emergency Department waiting area, where somebody had left a paper cup under the dispenser until it overflowed into the drip tray. That was the smell my brain decided to keep from that afternoon. Not the wet basement air, not the sour carbon monoxide stink, not the mud on my jeans or the iron smell from my sliced palm. Coffee. Maya said later that memory does that when it wants to protect you. It grabs one ordinary thing and puts it in front of the rest. I was treated for mild carbon monoxide exposure, a cut palm, bruised hip, and what the discharge paperwork called acute stress reaction, which seemed like a polite way of saying I kept answering questions 2 seconds late. They put oxygen on me for a while. They cleaned my hand, picked tiny wires of metal and grit from the cut, and wrapped it tight enough that my fingers tingled. My wrist was sprained, but not broken. My head pounded for hours, a deep pressure behind my eyes that made fluorescent lights feel personal. Maya stayed beside the bed until a nurse told her she was not on shift and needed to stop hovering over the chart. "I'm not hovering," she said. The nurse, a woman Maya clearly knew, looked at her over the computer. "You're spiritually hovering." Maya sat down. Across the hall, Russell got 3 staples in the back of his head and kept apologizing to the doctor for bleeding on the pillow. Firefighter Ortega needed stitches above his eyebrow. Callahan's nose was not broken, though he looked disappointed by that for reasons I did not understand. Nick Voss was taken somewhere else, somewhere with more tubes and fewer visitors. I saw him only once, through a gap in a curtain as EMS rolled him past. oxygen mask fogging, eyelids fluttering, one wrist wrapped where the zip ties had torn skin. The suspect's name was Peter Voss, 46, male, Nick's younger brother. Officer Dunn told me that in the hallway 2 hours later, after detectives had already taken my first statement, and I had asked the same question 3 different ways, Peter was in custody. He had refused medical care beyond having mud washed out of his eye. He kept asking if the door had been opened, not if Nick lived, not if anyone believed him. The door. Detective Joanna Keene, 48, female, came to the hospital that evening. She had tired gray eyes, rain-dark hair cut at her jaw, and a voice that made every question sound like it had already been asked many times in worse rooms. Her partner, Detective Marcus Bell, 39, male, stood near the foot of the bed taking notes on a small pad that looked too old-fashioned for the rest of the day. Keene asked me to start from the dryer. So I did. I told her about the click, the tripped breaker, the chalk mark, the paper with my name, the voice, the hidden door. I told her about sending Russell the text and hearing my own words played back through the speaker. I told her I did not know Peter Voss, Nick Voss, or Daniel Voss. I told her Frank Hollies had sold me the house and called it Good Bones. Keene's pen stopped on that phrase. Did Mr. Hollies disclose any sealed rooms, structural alterations, or past incidents on the property? No. Did he mention the basement partition? He said storage. Did you ask to see behind it? That question found a soft place. No, I said. Maya shifted in her chair. Keene noticed, because detectives notice everything useful and some things that are only painful. That isn't blame, Mr. Mercer. It feels like it. It shouldn't, but it did. The legal part moved with a speed that felt both too fast and too slow. My house was sealed as a crime scene before sunset. Yellow tape went across the front steps and around the side yard. A uniformed officer stayed overnight in a cruiser at the curb. The fire department filed reports on the gas and carbon monoxide hazards. The gas company locked out service. The building inspector posted a notice on my front door that made the house look condemned even before the word was official. Maya drove me to her place because I was not allowed to go home. Her wife, Alina Torres Leclerc, 35, female, met us in the driveway wearing a fleece jacket over pajama pants, her hair in a loose braid. Both kids visible behind the living room curtains, pretending not to stare. Alina taught 4th grade and had the kind of calm face that made you want to confess things before she even asked. She hugged Maya first, hard. Then she hugged me carefully, avoiding my bandaged hand. You smell like basement, she said. I know. I made soup. That almost undid me. Mrs. Donnelly's soup. Alina's soup. Normal people keeping soup warm while other people found hidden rooms and old secrets under houses. I slept on their couch that night, or tried to. Every time the furnace clicked on, I woke up. Every time one of the kids turned over upstairs and the floorboard creaked, I opened my eyes and saw the basement door standing half open in my mind. Around 3 a.m, I sat in the dark living room and looked at my phone. There were 12 missed calls from numbers I didn't recognize. News vans had found the street by dinner. was one voicemail from Frank Hollies. The detectives told me not to call him back. I didn't listen to it until the next afternoon, with Detective Keene sitting across from me in a conference room at the police station and Maya beside me. Arms folded so tightly, I thought she might bruise herself. Frank's voice sounded older on voicemail than it had at the closing. Thinner, less principle, more man. "Mr. Mercer," he said. "Daniel, I heard something happened at the house. I don't know what you've been told, but if this is about the basement, please call me before you speak to anyone who doesn't understand. There were things done before my time there. I tried to make it safe. I did not know anyone was going to." The message cut off. Keene played it twice. Maya said he knew. Keene did not answer that directly. "We're looking for him." They found Frank Hollies that evening at his daughter's house in Springfield. Not running, exactly. Packing. That was how Detective Keene phrased it when she called me. He was found packing. As if the distinction mattered legally. Maybe it did. Over the next week, the story came out in pieces, and none of the pieces made the shape any easier to look at. In 1998, the house had belonged to Frank's older brother-in-law, a contractor named Gerald Mather. Frank had not owned it yet, but he had lived there briefly after his divorce. The hidden room had been a bootleg workspace first, then storage, then something worse. A place Gerald used to keep stolen tools, copper pipe, and appliances stripped from job sites. Daniel Voss, Peter and Nick's older brother, had been 19 male, a part-time laborer who helped Gerald for cash. According to old missing person records, Daniel disappeared in November of that year after telling his family he was going to collect unpaid wages. The police report from back then was thin. A young man with unstable work, some petty theft arrests, a disagreement with a contractor, no body, no witnesses willing to say much. Peter Voss was 18 then. Nick was 21. Their mother died before the case was reopened. Their father drank himself into a smaller and smaller version of a person until there was not much left to ask. Frank claimed Daniel Voss had never been in that room. He claimed Gerald had sealed it because of liability concerns after a chimney backdraft problem. He claimed he discovered the door years later when renovating, recognized it as dangerous, and covered it again rather than involve himself in old family trouble. He claimed the long shape under the plastic sheet was not a body. On that last part, he was right. It was worse in a quieter way. The plastic sheet covered an old wooden storage trunk, padlocked and swollen from damp. Inside were Daniel Voss's jacket, wallet, work gloves, and a disposable camera with mud packed into the seams. No remains, no clear proof of death, just belongings that should not have been there if Daniel had walked away. The camera film was sent out. Nobody told me what was on it. Not then. Peter had found evidence of the room through an old letter from his brother Nick, who had worked briefly for Gerald too, and remembered the coal chute, the unpaid cash, and Daniel's last argument. Nick had come to my house 2 nights before everything happened, apparently to look for the room while I was asleep. Peter followed with a plan that made sense only if you understood grief as a machine that had been running without maintenance for 28 years. They had meant to scare me into opening the door while recording it, then force the police to look at Frank. That was Peter's first story. His second story, through a lawyer, was that Nick had gone inside willingly and gotten trapped when an old shelf collapsed. Peter panicked, rigged the alarms and recordings, and blocked vents only to control airflow, while he tried to keep me from calling the police too early. No one believed that version except maybe Peter, and even he seemed to believe it only in fragments. Nick survived. Barely. He had carbon monoxide poisoning, dehydration, bruised ribs, and nerve damage in 2 fingers from the zip ties. He refused to talk to me. I didn't blame him. In whatever map of pain his family carried, I was not a person. I was a name on a deed, a name on a door, a substitute for someone who had vanished before I had even learned long division. Russell came by Maya's house 3 days later with a knit cap pulled low over his staples and a paper bag of groceries he pretended were extra. "You didn't have to," I said. "Yeah, well, I bought too many eggs. There are 24 eggs in here." I panicked at Market Basket. We stood on Alina and Maya's front steps in weak sunlight, both of us avoiding the obvious thing. Finally, I said, "Thank you." Russell looked down at his shoes. "You cleared the vent. You tackled a guy. Badly." Effectively, he smiled once. Then it faded. "I should have checked that partition when you first asked about the outlets. You couldn't know, neither could you." We both let that sit there, equally true and equally useless. My house stayed closed for 19 days. When I was finally allowed in, I went with Maya, Detective Keene, and a contractor hired by my insurance company. The street had calmed down by then. No news vans. Mrs. Donnelly's curtains still moved when we parked, but she didn't come outside. The house smelled different. Not like gas anymore. Not like fresh rain. It smelled empty, with that dry paper scent houses get when heat and routine have been interrupted. The kitchen floor had warped slightly by the back door. My laptop was gone into evidence. The chair Peter knocked over still had a crack in one leg. On the underside of the table, clean adhesive marks showed where the microphone had been taped. The basement was worse in daylight. Temporary work lights stood on tripods, making every surface too clear. The plywood partition had been removed. The white door was gone too, taken as evidence, leaving only a raw framed opening into the hidden room. Without the door, without the dark, the space looked smaller than it had felt. 10 feet by 12, maybe. Concrete walls. Low ceiling. One old shelf still standing. Scuffs on the floor. Tape markers where objects had been found. Coal chute opening showed at the rear, now clear. The chimney cleanout was open. Bundles of insulation sat in evidence bags. My name was not there anymore. That should have helped. It didn't. Maya stood at the bottom of the stairs, refusing to step into the hidden room. She had been brave in every useful way, but she looked at that opening and shook her head once. "Nope," she said. "That's reasonable." "I know." Detective Keene watched us. "You don't have to look." "I do," I said. Maya looked at me sharply. "I don't mean alone. I mean once. Then I'm done." That was the closest I could get to healthy at the time. I stepped into the hidden room. The air was clean now, technically. Measured, cleared, documented. Still, my lungs tightened as if they remembered before I did. The concrete floor held old scratches where the trunk had been dragged. On the wall beside the coal chute was a faint rectangle of newer paint. Something had been covered there too, but when crime scene techs peeled it back, they found only bare concrete and a child sticker fossilized under old adhesive, a blue star half torn away. I stared at it longer than I should have. "What is it?" Maya asked from the doorway. "Nothing." Detective Keene followed my gaze. "We photographed it. Does it mean anything?" "Not that we know." That became the thing I thought about later. Not the trunk, not the door, the sticker. A cheap blue star in a hidden room full of adult cowardice and grief. Maybe from a previous owner's kid. Maybe from a box. Maybe from a worker's lunch pail. Meaningless. Probably. Almost certainly. 2 months later, the house was sold as is to a restoration contractor who planned to gut it down to studs. I lost money. A lot of it. Frank Hollies was charged with obstruction and evidence concealment, though the older case remained difficult because Gerald Mather had died in 2009, and Daniel Voss's body was never found. Peter Voss was charged with kidnapping, assault, reckless endangerment, unlawful surveillance, and tampering with utilities. Nick's charges were less clear and moved more slowly because he had nearly died inside the trap he helped create. The film from Daniel Voss's disposable camera eventually produced 3 usable photos. Detective Keene told me that much. One showed the hidden room in 1998, full of tools. One showed Gerald Mather laughing with his hand raised to block the lens. One showed a white door from the inside, closed, with scratches near the frame. No person in the photo. No final answer. I moved into a 1-bedroom apartment in Shrewsbury, 12 minutes from Maya. New building. Sprinklers. Carbon monoxide detector in every required location. No basement. I checked. Every Sunday, I do laundry in the shared laundry room downstairs, which is bright and tiled and smells like dryer sheets and quarters. The machines are app-operated, which I hate, but I use them anyway. Sometimes a dryer stops early, and my body reacts before my brain does. My hand tightens. My mouth dries. I listen for scraping behind the wall. There is never scraping. Usually, it's just someone opening the wrong machine. Maya still calls more than she used to, though she pretends she is asking whether I need groceries. Russell texts photos of electrical horrors from job sites with captions like, "At least your nightmare had permits pending." Alina sends soup when it rains hard. I tell them I'm fine, then correct myself. "I'm okay today," I say. That's more accurate. The last thing from the house came in the mail 6 months after I moved out. No return address. The envelope was plain white, my name printed in block letters. Not marker, printer ink. Inside was a photocopy of a page from an old Worcester building permit record. A basement alteration. 1997. Gerald Mather listed as contractor. Frank Hollies' signature as witness. At the bottom, in a notes section, someone had circled one line, "Interior access door to be relocated PER owner request." No message, no threat, no explanation. I gave it to Detective Keene. She asked if I had touched anything inside the envelope. I said yes. Of course I had. That night, back in my apartment, I sat at the kitchen table with all the lights on. Rain ticked against the window. The laundry room 2 floors below hummed through the building in a distant, harmless way. My phone buzzed. Maya, you sleep? Me? No. Maya, good. Don't be weird and pretend you were. I smiled for maybe the first real time that week. Then, from somewhere below me, a dryer finished with a soft mechanical click. No hidden room, no door, no voice, just a sound. Still, I stayed at the table until morning, listening to the building settle around me, counting every ordinary noise until each one proved itself ordinary. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.